Morning, sound and video check for Councillor Pasternak.
Good morning, Councillor Pasternak. We can see you clearly and hear you.
Great. Thanks very much.
Can I ask members of council to please come into the council chambers? Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Members, please. Okay, members of council. Okay, members of council, we do have a quorum. This meeting is now resumed. You can take your seats. Okay, Councillor Cheng, you want to thank members of council?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank everyone for participating in Secret Santa TO. It was a great initiative. We did have some technical glitches. Next year, we're probably going to go manual with a draw from the hat. But I think yesterday we saw some good cheer being spread around in this room, and it just helps us look at our colleagues and remember that we are all on a shared journey.
Thank you,
so
thank you,
want to
Councillor.
thank everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Now it's my understanding that you could not bring your petition.
Yes.
So do you want to just introduce it? Less
Sure.
than 1 minute, please.
I have 48 postcards here supporting the ban of single-use plastics from my ward, and I just want to submit this to the clerks. Thank you.
All in favor of receiving the petitions? Carried. Thank you. All right, members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item R, M13.7, review of the order paper. There are 30 items left on the agenda. Council has timed the following items to be considered today: EC 8.13, EC 8.14, PH 8.2 on the night economy, and I propose we consider these as our first items today. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. No releases? Councillor Ainsley?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to add my name on, but
It's on now.
okay. So I just wanted to ask quickly with council's indulgence. So our first timed item, the night economy package. So it's been to 2 standing committees. A number of motions or amendments have been worked on with staff. I'm just wondering if we can move the amendments as a package and get the 2 items done and move on to other things.
Well, that would be nice. Thank you.
That would be great. But, let's see.
I know staff have worked.
Okay, so why don't we, when we get to it, okay. Yeah. Councillor Cheng, quick release.
Yes, member motion 13.34, taking action on the declaration of intimate partner violence as an epidemic. This is just forming a working group that will work with the chief people officer to ensure that there is collaborative synchronicity across our divisions, as well as to make sure that the voices of frontline organizations are heard as we prioritize action on intimate partner violence.
Okay, on MM 13.34, on favor, carried. Are there any further quick releases? Councillor Sachs.
TE
Okay, TE, yeah.
TE 9.69 dormant section 37 funds in my ward.
Okay, T 9.69, Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor, carried. Are there any further releases? Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, on favor, carried. Now, I just want to remind members of council, we go to 3:30 today. If we don't finish the agenda, the choice would be to come back Monday or defer any items. So I encourage members that have held down items to try to release them as a quick release. If you want to vote against it, vote against it. But, you know, if we're going to debate all the items, for sure we're coming back on Monday. Okay, so we'll do EC 8.13, EC 88.14. And what was the other one again? PH 8.2. So do we have questions on those items? Councillor Fletcher.
Just one question, and it'd be very quick. But on the, there was some discussion about simply allowing everywhere to extend their hours to 4 a.m. closing without any process. And I need to make sure that that's not anywhere here, because we can't go back and fix it later.
The short answer is no.
Sorry, short answer is what?
It's not there.
It's not there.
Your presumption is correct.
Thank you, because the TPS and 55 division don't want that. Thank you.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher. In addition, there were conversations around 24-hour licensing, such as other Canadian cities have looked at. There was little interest in the consultations that we held with patrons and with licensed venue owners around such a change. So that also was not part of this work.
What kind of consultation did you do with all of the divisions in the areas that have a lot of nightclubs and nightlife? Did they want 24-hour? Did they want 24-hour licensing or extended licensing, or did they say that they're already short and they don't want to be out? Let's complement at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they don't want to have to be covering that because we're making these kinds of decisions. What did they say?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, Toronto Police Service were added to the interdivisional working group following the review. They were not in favor of extended hours. There were conversations, however, around staggered closings to avoid large numbers of people discharged by nightclubs at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks, Speaker. I just wanted to go over a little bit about the piece. I'm assuming these reports are joined and I can ask about any three of them.
Yes.
So there's one single significant change, which is that nightclubs can now be located adjacent to a residence. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, the zoning permissions that are proposed here would allow nightclubs adjacent to residential zones, and there would be a size restriction on nightclubs that are within 6.1 meters or 20 feet of a residential zone.
So I just want to be clear, that means that the site is within 20 feet of a residential zone, not necessarily the building itself.
That's absolutely correct. It's that number refers to the property. The building itself would have a further setback in most situations and be subject to other conditions that apply to all nightclubs.
So the size of the building, that's 400 square, sorry, the size of the nightclub, that's 400 square meters would be the limitation if it's within that distance of a residence. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's a consistent size that we've used frequently in the zoning bylaw to regulate other types of entertainment venues adjacent to residential zones.
How many people can be in a nightclub of that size?
The capacity isn't something that zoning regulates. That would be determined by the building code, and it would vary, I think, substantially with the way that the building is designed, the exits, the washrooms that are available, and other things that the building code uses to regulate building capacity.
Is there anyone that can give me a theoretical number or even a range? I mean, surely someone's thought about, how big a 400 square meter nightclub could be.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I'm not expert in that. I'd have to refer to my colleagues in Toronto Buildings. We can try to get you an answer.
Okay. How is parking handled? And so I'm going to nuance this a little bit.
Councillor Holiday, do you want building to respond?
They do if they're available.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
I can't see if they're there.
Yeah, if they can respond.
Through the speaker, I can try and answer that question. As my colleague in planning indicated, when you look at the way a building's designed, it's actually the exit system that'll actually restrict how many people can be in that building. But to give you an exact number, that would be really hard to do. Because it depends on the design of the space.
More than 100? Like, no one knows? Okay. I'll leave it. Can we talk about parking? So in the suburbs, the mixed-use areas that would become eligible for nightclubs, you know, a lot of them would be strip plazas, that sort of thing, because there aren't downtowns or avenue strips in many parts of the suburbs. How does parking work for a nightclub? So if there's a nightclub and it wanted to be busy, and it's in a shopping plaza, how does one regulate or manage where people will park?
Through the speaker, the parking requirement for nightclubs, like other commercial uses in the strip plazas that you describe, the requirement is about the building itself as opposed to the use, and there would be a requirement to maintain the existing parking that's there. New development would not require parking, but I think we anticipate that nightclubs and other entertainment uses that are contemplated in this file are going to find themselves in existing buildings as opposed to construct new buildings for the use.
So we are adding the permission of nightclub, which can be a very intensive use. So is there not a commensurate increase to the parking that's required, or at least some processing or thought to that? So if you've got, 5 or 10 parking spaces serving a restaurant today, and it becomes a nightclub, well, how does one expect to meet the parking demand?
I think the short answer is that the proposed bylaw does not regulate parking. I mean, nightclubs often are licensed venues. We would strongly encourage visitors to use transit or take other forms of transportation in the nightclub rather than drive, and other operational concerns in terms of the potential conflicts that nightclub would present with adjacent residents would often be handled through our licensing bylaw.
So how would the licensing bylaw then deal with conflicts such as overflow parking?
Yeah, for clarity, the licensing bylaw typically, typically does not deal with parking at all. That is something that's regulated by zoning, but consistent with other non-residential uses in our commercial strips, we don't have minimum parking requirements that we're proposing for this use.
That was your last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions on the item? On the 3? No? Okay, then we'll go to speakers. Hold on. Okay, can you put your name on the list, please? Oh, no, you didn't. Councillor Candeval, do you have a question?
To staff.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, as you know, I wasn't here during the consultations or certainly the committee meeting, so pardon my ignorance on a few of the questions I have in regard to the zoning pieces. For better clarity, what's before us is a citywide bylaw. Why was that approach taken as opposed to creating specific zones that may be eligible to increase access to nightclubs?
Through the chair, I think the first thing to understand is the importance of the planning rules that we're proposing today being integrated with a licensing approach and also with an economic development approach, so that the two regulatory regimes, along with our supports for the sector, are all coming together and being coordinated. And that is a citywide lens as opposed to individual local neighborhood lenses. And I think the experience over time is that over many decades, we've developed a regulatory regime for nightclubs and other entertainment uses and entertainment venues that's become very fractured, has become very difficult to understand, is inconsistent across the city, provides different opportunities for different parts of the city depending on who they are, and generally is not working very well either for patrons nor for operators. And we're suggesting that there's a real value here to harmonizing the ways that we regulate and support this sector as opposed to the fractured regime we have in place now. I would say from a planning perspective, there are examples where there are local community-specific regulations that have been studied on a local basis and are in place today, and those would continue to be in place. And if we find that there are specific communities that are having unusual challenges, either to support and grow the night economy in their communities, or where there are unusual conflicts that are emerging, that continues to be a tool that council will have available to it to study those areas on a local basis.
I'm supportive of this idea as a former young person, having places around the city to have a vibrant night scene. I know many in my community, and typically in many suburban neighborhoods, that the fear of noise, parking, and the challenges that come with that are of concern. Specifically, what are the tools at hand to remove bad actors and problematic scenarios that impinge on residential life?
So thank you for the question. What this report does is provide clear rules on what you can and cannot do. Licensing categories that align with zoning. In the past, that did not happen. It's also the higher, it's activity-based licensing, which the higher potential impact you have, you are required to provide us with noise control plans and patron management plans. And all of those things are really important tools to educate the operators on what you can and can't do, and that also allows clear rules for us to enforce against. Problematic properties are things that we proactively go out and do based on complaints, and we work with them to bring them into compliance, and we issue charges if necessary. We also have the opportunity to bring them before the Toronto Licensing Tribunal if they are problematic. And then in the worst case scenario, if we have convictions against that location, we have the opportunity to revoke their business license.
And as part of that toolkit, is MLS or the related bodies increasing staffing or changing scheduling to acknowledge the reality we're looking at late night, 2, 3 a.m., the need at unique hours?
So we have staffing that are involved in business licensing that respond to business licensing requests, and we also have a dedicated noise enforcement team, which is typically the issue that faces this. That noise team is on the weekends, Friday and Saturday night till 2 a.m. We are closely monitoring this, and we do also have a request for a briefing note through the budget process on expanding this. This report, as written, does not expand staff. It's within the current resources, but we're realigning the type of work we're doing. Right now, we're spending a lot of time making sure people are in the right category, and that's taking a lot of time. And that time, now that we have clear rules on what you can and cannot do, we can focus on nuisance issues and the problem properties and bring them into compliance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Holiday.
Sure, I'll just check with the clerk to see if my revised motion is ready.
Dean. Councillor Holiday has put his name at the bottom of the list, so let's go to Councillor Morley. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how I got so high up on the list, but I do have a motion that I work with staff on to have a little bit more work done and report back alongside this important work, and my thanks to staff. As we've heard, a lot of the rules and regulations related to the night economy are outdated, especially as we recover from the pandemic. We want to encourage our residents to get back out, get connected, supporting our small businesses, our vibrant music community, etc. So we're excited about this work. However, I do want to ensure that the appropriate level of community engagement is considered, especially for communities like mine along the lakeshore between Palace Pier and 43rd Street, who this will be a significant change, that they have some space and that staff are able to continue to evaluate the appropriateness in these areas. So that's my motion. I hope my colleagues will support it, and I do look forward to supporting this item at large. Thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Oh. I have a motion. This is to ensure that there are working groups to reflect the 4 different boroughs outside of the downtown, because for the suburbs, this is kind of a new idea, and we just want to make sure that we have good representation and consultation, and additionally just adding BIAs to the list of organizations looped into the working group. I was told that they would have been invited anyways, but we just wanted to formalize it. So those are my 2 motions, and hope you'll support them. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Casino. Oh, here we are.
Oh, okay. I didn't, Councillor Perks, your name just came up now, sorry. I guess
There's questions? Okay.
yeah, apparently there's questions. Councillor Perks, I guess it's a little slow this morning. Okay,
No,
Councillor
no, that
Perks.
was entirely my fault.
Yeah.
Councillor Cheng got up, sat down so quickly, I didn't get my name up in time. Councillor Cheng, while I appreciate the idea of having broad inclusion in the conversation, I just wonder if making sure that there are representatives from all parts of the city on a single group might not be a better use of staff's time.
So I think that our boroughs are all very distinct, and in fact, because we're a mega city, the uniqueness of every borough. So rather than aiming for one sweeping approach, that we should actually have more localized approaches. So by putting everyone into the same pot, I think would disadvantage the necessity of carving out specific approaches in specific communities.
So I'm sure you're aware, because staff mentioned it, that individual neighborhoods can develop specific bylaws when there are specific problems. So it's entirely within council's purview to develop area-specific tools.
Right, but that would be reactive versus being proactive and ensuring that it can be shaped according to the neighborhood. Oftentimes, when things are implemented city-wide, it's a real struggle when those of us who are not downtown live in a very different environment. So this just makes sure that we create borough-specific approaches as we seek to create a new policy around our night economy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Ains.
Councillor Ainsley, you have questions?
Yep, I do, and it's a quick, so Councillor Chang, I'm just trying to understand from your motion.
Yes.
So to have 4 working groups, like we've had extensive consultations citywide around the nighttime economy.
Yeah.
We have a nightlife action plan already that's had a lot of public consultation. We already have 4 community councils. We have our staff divided into, economic development and licensing and planning in the different districts. I'm not really sure, with the greatest amount of I don't want to sound offensive, but having another working group that's down District 4 more, I don't know if that's gonna, I don't think that's gonna progress and move anything forward as much as slow things down.
So
I can't think of a mechanism, whereas whether you're in Etobicoke or North York or Scarborough.
Question, please.
I can't think of a mechanism in place already where if you have a concern that you can't reach an appropriate body or person to get it dealt with.
So having a concern is reactive versus sculpting a policy for your area. And also, just to mention that, as I said before, when we have a mega city, every borough has distinct characteristics. So I think it is worth the investment of journeying with the local community to shape the policy that best suits that area. The survey that was done for this was 3,000 surveys, and can 3,000 surveys really represent the diversity and complexity of our city? So I think, because we are not one community that looks the same and lives the same, we should definitely take a more regional approach to something that is going to shift how the night economy is implemented in the different areas. So this is really just about supporting localized implementation rather than waiting for us to react to problems that are created because we have a one sweeping policy that applies across the whole city.
Councillor Chang, maybe Councillor Ainsley has another question.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of consultation. I don't know if you've read hundreds of pages in the documents in these 3. You don't think there's been enough consultation? And I guess part 2 would be 4 working groups across the city. What is each working group going to comprise of? Because we already have, at the very end of the weeds, we have city councilors, we have BIAs, we have business associations. The staff that have put all this together are not very hard to find. So I'm really having a lot of trouble understanding why you want to do this.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
I want to ensure that the voices of the different boroughs are included in shaping the policy. I myself was not consulted, nor was my BIA in this. So I think that, change happens at the speed of trust. Trust happens at the speed of relationship. And being in relationship means working together.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. It's not for a speech, it's just to answer the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion.
Thanks. I'm not sure if you know that we had this item at our Toronto and East York Community Council. We had that conversation there. Were you aware of that?
No.
No. And so I also want to just note that we all have our community councils, 4 areas, 4 community councils. Would you not consider that's still something that's apt to bring to that community council for any discussion or any zoning issues that might be the best place to do that because staff are already there. It's not going to cost any more money, and it is actually the boundaries of that community of a working group.
So again, if it comes to community council, usually you're problem solving. So you're reacting to something that's already been implemented rather than having something shaped from the ground up together. So I think that, and it didn't come to North York Council. So
that's unfortunate.
I just want to...
Because we asked for it to come to our community council, and I guess you missed that. North York missed it. But to me...
Right, and that for that very reason, a lot of people in North York are not necessarily engaged on this matter. Usually they don't get engaged until there's a problem. So we want to preempt that.
Yes, but let's assume that this passes.
Yes.
Then would you not think that it's a good place to look at if there's any fixes or any edges that need to be...
Yes, for sure.
That we should focus on the community council area?
Both and.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
I'm not against that at all.
That's what, I think that's best for staff resources and focus, that would be a good idea. Thank you.
Counselor, is Counselor Bravo here?
She's online, I think.
Well, I don't know, I don't see her.
Oh.
I'm on camera, Speaker.
Okay, I don't see you. Okay. There you are. Okay, Counselor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Councillor Chang. Councillor Chang, have you had a chance to take a look at the advanced circulated motion that was worked on? We worked on this with Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Carroll and attempted to incorporate some further clarity around certain elements. And I just hope that you'll take a look at that before, you know, in relation to what Councillor Fletcher's just said, there was considerable consideration at committee. And we requested at Toronto East York Community Council our own presentation. Could you take away this work that you want to do to your community council and then localize it?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that at all. I just think I'm trying to build in some localization from the ground up that is not simply reacting to what has been created. It's very hard in the suburbs, some of us may know, to engage people in these kinds of issues until it's a big blazing fire, and then suddenly people are irate, and then you have to put out the fire. So in a way, we're just trying to preempt it by strengthening the local voice and participation.
Thank you.
It's under 8.14, motions.
Okay, thank you, that's it.
Thank you.
Counselor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a quick motion here. I don't know if you can pop it on the screen for me. Yeah, thank you. This motion recommends a repeal of both the area-specific zoning regulations for businesses on Kingston Road between Hannaford and Victoria Park Avenue and on Queen Street East between Woodbine and Nursewood Road, so that my community can reap the full benefits of the changes that are coming forward today and in support of the small business community on Queen Street and Kingston and the beaches. As the report notes, I think that there's a handful of areas across the city that have some of these area-specific restrictions in place. And one of those was my section along Queen East. And those restrictions date back to 1985, before I was born. So maybe at that point in time, that was necessary. But I think today, with some of the vacancies and the vibrancy that we're trying to bring into the area, these motions, are coming as an effort to align with the policy here that has been the product of so much consultation here in the City of Toronto. And I'd like to thank Councillor Ainsley and City staff for their leadership on this. I think it's the right direction to go in, and I'm very supportive of it. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval, you have a question. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to get better clarity from Councillor Bradford. What you're asking is for the bylaw portions of PH 8.2 to be excluded from specific sections on those two roads?
No, I'm actually asking for the bylaw changes to be harmonized so that the sections along Queen Street, which I outlined in my ward, and on Kingston in my ward, that we bring into conformity with the rest of the policy across the city. So I have area-specific carve-outs that date back to 1985, and I'm removing those so that we have the same policy as the rest of the city.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you for the clarity.
You bet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I'm just building on some of what we've already heard in the chamber and also that we heard at committee on this item. As you can imagine, this is of particular interest and care for me as a city councillor for some of the most exciting neighborhoods in our city and in the downtown core, including home of the entertainment district and many of our most favorite concert venues and music halls and restaurants. The night economy is such a critical part and heart of our downtown communities. They are also home to residents who deserve safety and a good night's sleep as well. And my team and I have had a chance to be a part of the ongoing consultation process, and I want to really thank the staff teams at Municipal Licensing, at Economic and Community Development, and across the city, as well as all the residents, local businesses, and stakeholders who have shared their thoughts and concerns through surveys, consultations, working groups, conversations, discussions, communications with my office, and I know with so many of us across the city over the past many months. We know that this has been an issue and on our minds for many years now, and to be able to have this proposal in front of us that actually moves us forward in terms of what the nighttime economy means to our city is so critical. And it's clear from those consultations, those conversations, that engagement and that negotiation with our local business communities and with residents, that the dramatic effects of the pandemic are still being experienced and making it challenging for our nighttime economy to be as thriving as we know it can be, and to make the important contribution that it does in the way that it should, doing it in a safe and enjoyable and attractive and effective way. And the recommendations before us help uplift the economic recovery of these businesses, of our neighborhoods, while also protecting residents and patrons and workers who are engaged and frequent these businesses and our neighborhoods. And by providing better tools and approaches to managing the vibrancy of our nightlife, providing safety for everyone, and supporting our residents experiencing some of the most challenging aspects of excess noise and conduct issues, usually because we don't have the tools to enforce and to set good expectations for what a thriving nighttime economy looks like. We can actually build a stronger nighttime economy that is an example and that is a contribution to the vibrancy and viability of our city for the long haul. And at the committee, with the help of my team and support staff, I was pleased to strengthen the recommendations, building on the successes that we've seen in the downtown core and adding important resources to things like the Good Neighbor package. Again, I want to thank staff, residents, stakeholders for all their work on this file, and I look forward to improving our night economy thanks to the recommendation of this report. I'm also very grateful for the leadership of our champion for the nighttime economy, Councillor Ainsley, and the collaborative efforts to make sure that we are able to move this forward, and appreciate the concerns and also the opportunities that we see not just in our downtown, but in every single part of the city. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval to speak.
Through you, Madam Speaker, as shared earlier and with staff this week, appreciative of this move to bring vibrancy across our city.
Sorry, do you have a motion?
I was getting to it.
Yeah, you need to, but you need to introduce your motion before you speak. Okay, so if we can put the motion on the screen, please, for the councillor.
Okay, thank you for that
There
clarity.
it is, there it is.
Gotcha. Thank you to Councillor Morley for assisting me in this similar motion. Excited about the potential behind the overall policy. Also recognizing that we take community with us, and part of that, to Councillor Cheng's earlier comments, that we need to build trust, and many of us come with that established connections and relationships to build trust with community neighborhoods and address those concerns in an authentic and deep-rooted manner. And this motion, like Councillor Morley, speak to that opportunity to come back by fourth quarter next year. So that's the motion. Can I now speak generally to the? Okay. You know, Toronto, at least, you know, nostalgia is funny. You always feel your generation, your decade was the best. And in the 2000s, Toronto had a very vibrant nightclub scene. My wife and I were just chatting the other day. We feel bad for the kids of this generation because they don't have the same spots that we had in the 2000s. And this, I hope, is a move to create the same vibrancy for a city like Toronto, an incredibly diverse, mixed income city that very few places in this world have. And a nightclub is a fascinating sociological experiment. You learn so much about people and behavior through those spaces. And of course, it's part of creating a healthy scene for so many people. So this is exciting, but with excitement, we have to temper with caution and nuance. And this is, I think, speaks to some of the concerns in you know, the diverse demographics of our suburban neighborhoods, and that is something I know, in conjunction with staff, we'll be able to tease out and address legitimate concerns and even suggestions from our communities, because we do all want to see vibrancy across our growing and dynamic city. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Ainsley, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, do you have in your motion it says you want to go out and consult the community around zoning regulations. Do you have a problem with the zoning regulations that are before us in the report now?
No, as I said in my comments, no. I want, as I said earlier, I wasn't here during it. We're a little busy the last 3 months, and I think what I heard, you know, similar to Councillor Morley and in my neighborhood, is more engagement and more clarity. And that's what, you know, my experience at the school board when we were doing systemic changes, especially to our secondary school policy, which garnered a lot of attention. You need to bring community along and engage and consult, and that's the purpose of this.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if you're aware. So this has been an ongoing process going back to almost 2016, 2017. There was a very comprehensive consultation process. There's been town halls, meetings with BIAs, virtual meetings. I know you're new, and I congratulate you on being here but don't you think enough consultation has been done? And we have a very comprehensive report, hundreds of pages, and the hard work of the staff, many of them sitting behind you, that have been done. And I'm not really sure what going back to those same people that have already given their input is going to achieve for you.
I think when we look at how do we move the dial in a bureaucratic system that we have, as every level of government has, not everyone is connected to the business of council as others are. And that's been my observation, and the concerns relayed to me by active citizens that they weren't aware. And this is not a reflection of the hard work of city staff to engage, is the reality in a very hyper-diverse society. Not everyone's connected, whether it's language, whether it's class dynamics of having the ability to watch committee meetings, to engage through a electronic survey tool, right? So this is why I alluded to my experience at the school board, is that people take in information in very different ways. And if you look at our, you know, the city's commitments to equity.
Sorry, Councillor Ainsley may have another question because it's only 3 minutes.
Yep, I'm done. Thank you, Madam.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
An important point is that people, you know, not everyone's versed in English, understands the ability to, you know, our zoning language is complicated. For the layperson, it may not be as easily digestible. So with all due respect, again, not a reflection of the hard work of staff, but the reality is communities
I
understand
Okay,
information
thank you.
Okay.
So, yes, so Councillor Thompson, 3 minutes,
Thank you,
clarification
Speaker. I'm
of the
fully aware,
motion.
Speaker.
Yeah,
Thank you through you to
Thank
the
you.
mover of the motion. Councillor, I wonder if you could accept a friendly amendment and focus that motion to your ward specifically, as my ward adjoins your ward. I don't need the consultation. I'm wondering if you would take that as a friendly amendment. I'm satisfied with the work staff's done. I would amend it when I speak.
So would you like to take it as a friendly amendment? That was the question.
No, this is the language. I'm not sure if I wasn't clear.
I'm pretty clear about the motion, Madam Speaker.
So,
no. So I was referring to east of Vic Park, south of Eglinton, and west of Markham Road. So.
Well, I'm just wondering if you can just add your ward 20 to be more specific. That's really
yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I just think that this has been an incredible undertaking by Councillor Ainsley and staff for 7 years. And then I hear councillors stand up and want to add on more years, more bureaucracy. Let's get on with it. You know, we're not reinventing the city here. Let's get on with animating our streets. Let's get on with supporting our local business. Let's get on with shopping local. Let's get away from more bureaucracy. Consultation, there has been an issue ever where people said there was enough consultation. I've never heard them say that. They always say, oh, we need more. Every time. So we all love consultation, but 7 years? How much longer do we want to get involved in this building bureaucracy and basically stymieing the local economy? Our main streets. Our main streets are the arteries of the city, the lifeblood. It's the most important thing we can do to basically encourage the local small business, build stronger neighborhoods, get people off their couches and off their tablets and take a walk to the main street, shop, eat, say hello to people. And you shouldn't have to roll up the sidewalks at 9 o'clock at night, which happens in a lot of our main streets, sadly. And what we should be doing maybe in North York, instead of adding more bureaucracy, we should have a night market in North York and Mallasman Square. God forbid we should do that. Okay. So let's get on with it, please.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Let's get on with it. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. May I have my motion put on the screen?
Yes.
Pause my time, Speaker.
Okay.
So my motion is simple. City Council not permit nightclubs in a lot abutting a residentially zoned lot. That's the existing rule today. Speaker, I just invite my colleagues to open up the online zoning map, and in particular, my colleagues in the suburbs. This particular change is quite significant, and you would see that unlike inner parts of the city, in the suburbs, what takes place of a main street strip are small plazas located within residential communities. And under this new set of rules, those that are colored red, pink as mixed use, they are the CR or the CRE lots, those become eligible for nightclubs. And I can see a number of locations where they could come. Interestingly enough, in the report, it talks about not having nightclubs within the same building as a residence, but you can have one literally adjacent to a resident. in this particular proposal. So there's a lot of very helpful changes for businesses across the city and for modernizing the rules. But this particular element within the proposal really changes things radically. I wish there was more opportunity and more time to be a little bit more nuanced about how we expand this, because there are more locations within the changes that become eligible for nightclubs. And then there are a lot more under this particular provision. And I wondered if we could be just a little bit more nuanced in where the nightclubs could go. I think if you asked most residents and you showed them the map, the color zoning map that has those red mixed-use areas on it, I think people would have something to say, maybe against creating those locations as eligible for nightclubs. So I would like to support a lot of pieces of this report, but I'm not ready to support the significance of that particular change. And I wish there was an easier way to fix it, but this is the piece that I'm moving forward. If you don't vote for that and a nightclub goes in, I don't know how you will explain that to your residents when you get complaints. Maybe the last thing I would say is one of the earliest set of meetings I attended as a new councillor 9 years ago was concerning residents who are complaining about night flights. And I know night flights aren't the same as a nightclub, but if you've ever lived or slept close to the airport under a flight path, you'll understand that that repetitive vibration, low frequency or high frequency noise can disturb your sleep. And it's one thing to stay there one night, but when it's night after night after night, it has an impact on your health. And I worry about people's residences who are literally next door to something that could cause an issue or a health issue for them. We're looking to add all this density and all these residents to the city. When you move people in closer together, you create human conflict. And this, I fear, could create extra points of conflict. So I would prefer more work to be done on the locations that are now eligible for nightclubs, because I still think that there's a further layer that could be done. And I'll remind councillors that are putting motions forward about doing follow-up studies. Once the nightclub goes in and it's legal under the regime, your follow-up study is not going to get it to move out. So you're opening the door here, not knowing fully about what's going to happen. Thank you for letting me say what I have to say, Speaker. I think that this is important, and I think people will realize why it's important at some point in the future.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. We did. Councillor Myers, did you have a question? Because you had your name there. You took your name off? Okay, sorry, okay. Oh, okay, Councillor Crisanti, you have a question. Okay, Councillor Crisanti, clarification of the motion.
That's all it is, Speaker. So, Councillor, this is a good motion. I'm just concerned on how we define a lot abutting a residential zone. You could have a strip plaza on the same side as a residential zone, or just immediately across the street, which will have the same impact with noise and other issues you may have that you're referring to. So have you thought about how we can implement or do something to define what that means?
Well, I wish we could ask staff, Councillor Crisanti, because I literally cut and paste the language out of the report because it's what the existing bylaw is in the city of Toronto. So nightclubs have been allowed to exist in parts of the city, and part of the restrictions that they have today is that they can't be next to a residential lot. So the zoning staff know how to interpret that. This report proposes to remove that restriction, and once that happens, places like strip plazas in Etobicoke would become eligible. So this takes them, the strip plazas in the neighborhoods from being eligible because they're obviously right next to a residential use, right? And the separation distance is tiny. So, you know, I hope that this can be something that will help the suburbs, and maybe we can find a way to nuance this a little bit more clearly in time.
No, that's fine. I think it needs further clarification, and I hope we can get that from staff in due course. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, you skipped over me. I was ahead of Councillor Holiday on CMP on the list.
Oh, do you have a question for Councillor Holiday?
No, I was ahead of him to speak.
No. Yes, I understand that. And
I'm sorry, Councillor Bravo, I didn't notice that. I
no,
wouldn't have spoke.
just let me clarify that, please. Councillor Bravo, it was my understanding, I was told, well, I was asked that the chairs of the two committee be the last speakers, but then Councillor Perks said, no, it would just be the one chair of the committee. That's why I skipped you. I was going to put you and Perks at the end. So we'll get next to. So Councillor Fletcher, did you have a question of Councillor Holiday? Okay, hold on. Okay.
Thank you. It's my understanding that one of the reasons for this was to be able to harmonize some of the zoning across the city and allow for uses in parts of the city where there aren't these uses now, including having people, perhaps in Councillor Ainsley's ward, have access to venues without having to go downtown. Is that not your understanding of that?
Yeah, you know, Councillor Fletcher, yeah, so if that has to do with clarification of the motion doesn't change all that. It just adds that one caveat that it can't be next to a residence.
Well, there's a lot of things that are next to residential everywhere, Councillor. All of the Danforth is right at residential, all of Queen Street is right at residential. So you're kind of limiting the suburban experience because everything is next to residential in commercial areas.
Actually, what I'm doing is just continuing to carry forward one of the provisions of the bylaw that applies in the downtown core. So I'm not sure that, you know, it limits everywhere, and it takes a practical limitation to what one of the concerns are over nightclubs, which is the sound next to residences.
Have
But
you
if there's
been
a
to the
commercial
entertainment
or a
district,
CRE
Councillor?
lot,
Okay, Councillor
if I
Fletcher,
can
allow
finish,
him to
Speaker.
answer.
I guess
If there's a CRE lot as contemplated on the zoning map that isn't next to a resident, then I think that this proposal still allows the nightclub to go there.
Would you think you're a little naive in not understanding what happens in the downtown core, Councillor, where entertainment district has large venues and condos right next door? That's the way things are built out. You're wishing to take out your ward and other wards and leave everything in one place. Is that your desire?
As a person who probably has spent equal, if not greater, of their waking hours in the downtown core, living all sorts of different experiences,
tell me about it.
including at night, I can tell you that the downtown core is a very, very different place than the suburbs.
Oh, we know.
And the expectation of people is different, including that of their elected officials, and including that of how they think that zoning and the organization of space should work, and how the propagation of sound occurs, and how far the propagation of sound occurs. I don't know about you, Councillor Fletcher, but I can hear motorcycles revving several kilometers away at night.
Okay, sure that's not, I guess you were unable to be at the meeting.
Imagine what the thumping sound of the loudspeaker would sound like.
Could you get the motorcycles out of this conversation, please?
Okay, that's enough. Like, we're getting a little bit out of.
Were you?
Is there anyone else on the list, Speaker? Because
no, Councillor
I'm happy
Holiday.
to do this all day.
No, Councillor Holiday, we don't have all day, and okay, thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I have a motion for ECA 813, and the recommendation is that it's a request to this General Manager, Municipal Licensing and Standards, to consider the feasibility of establishing a system of escalating fines for second and subsequent convictions as part of the general review of the appropriate chapter. It also asks for alternate scheduling of bylaw enforcement officers, which reflects the unique circumstances and hours of operation of the night economy, clarifying enforcement responsibilities and public education relating to bylaw issues, and identifying resources for training for staff and officers, resources for businesses and licensees, like Councillor Malik mentioned, the Good Neighbor Guide, and really clear public communications and resources for residents who are going to be experiencing some considerable change. I think it's important to understand that this desire, this impulse comes from people who live all over the city and want to be able to have within not so far away, it's, 5 amalgamated cities away, 3 amalgamated cities away, an opportunity to experience their community and entertainment in the evening and into the night. This motion attempts to lift up the experience that we've had in the core or the old city of Toronto, and really lift up the things that would make this stronger in terms of exactly how some of the councillors have identified and how neighborhoods experience it. There was considerable work done at the Economic and Community Development Committee when we considered this. Certainly Toronto East York Community Council considered it because of the extensive experience that we've had there, and has been indicated by other councillors that downtown and suburbs are different. Well, downtown experiences are informing this motion and the understanding. I'd like to really thank Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Carroll for their collaboration on this motion. It's been important to deliberate this together. It's important to understand how to treat the bad actor when the vast majority of small businesses are comply with rules and are operating in good faith. But we did want to strengthen the capacity to deal with offenses by bad actors. And it's really important for people to know who to call if there's a problem. This motion asks MLS to work with Customer Experience 311 and the Toronto Police Services Board to ensure that residents know who to call. And we're also making sure that when residents call, our staff and officers are ready and equipped with the right information of where enforcement responsibilities sit. And I want to thank staff across several divisions, economic development and culture and city planning, for their diligent work on the night economy review. We're responding here to the desire of many people, as Councillor Kendall indicated, who haven't had necessarily a chance to have fun in their own communities. It's also really important for the development of local economy. And I think the question of noise and pressure, for some of the councillors who are saying, not in our neighborhood, your constituents are coming to our neighborhoods and they want to have fun, and the concentration of this kind of opportunity for recreation and entertainment has to be dispersed all over the city. It's both an opportunity and a burden that I think has to be equally shared. People in the city are tired of having different rules for different neighborhoods that exclude certain experiences depending on where you are. And the reality is that as our city develops, and intensification will happen all over the city, especially where it's transit accessible, then we want to create opportunities for local economic development, keeping dollars within the local neighborhood, and also cutting down the distances that people are traveling. And I think it's fair that we treat people the same across the city. Hearing the concerns that there will be implementation questions along the way, but I hope that people support the work that's been done here because it's in response to requests from our residents.
5 seconds. Okay? Thank you. I just want to remind members of council that there are a number of urgent items that are on the agenda. If we don't complete today, these items will be deferred until February. So, yeah, point of order, Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I often love your editorials, but the reality is that we have a job to do here, and if it takes 2 weeks to get through the agenda, that's our job. Each and every one of us have the right to make representation on issues, to speak to them, to hold them, to move motions, to move amendments, and all of those other wonderful kinds of things. You want to get out of here, that's your business. Leave the job to somebody else. Stop the editorializing and give people the opportunity to have their say and to be able to deal with the meeting in a way that.
Mayor Chow, did you have to, you want to
It's
make
just
an
a point
announcement?
of order.
Yeah, point of order, Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow, go ahead.
Yeah, it's, I do have a point of order. I think we should try to get things finished today. And if it's okay, I will move the motion to shorten the lunch. Rather than coming back at 2 o'clock, let's come back at 1. So the lunch will be from 12:30 to 1 o'clock, okay? I believe the clerk has that.
Okay, and then question, Mayor, so if we don't finish the agenda today, we will have to schedule for Monday?
Let's try to
Okay.
schedule, and I'll see if there's enough quorum for Monday, okay?
Okay, thank you. And that's why I wanted to address council in that way, because we don't know if we'll have quorum for Monday. Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
Madam Speaker.
On favor of the motion by the mayor? Carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a motion that is an amendment to the motion moved by Councillor Chang. I was just discussing it with her. I'm going to, if we can put it on the screen. The question of reconstituting the external working group so that it can monitor this as it rolls out is a good one, still not up there. Is my clock just going to keep rolling, or?
Some extra time, Councillor Carroll. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's still not up there, and my clock's now, I just lost a
No,
half a minute. There we are. It's on
up
the
there.
screen at 40 seconds, if people could remember that.
Yes, I will give you extra time.
Thanks. So the idea of the external working group, which was very effective in a very deep and broad consultation. You had broadly representative consultation. FONTRA, all the BIAs in all the suburbs, that's already happened. That's how we got here. However, to have it monitor implementation as it rolls out, great. But Madam Speaker, the reason I am deleting the words by creating 4 distinct subgroups is I look at it this way as a North York councillor. We've been pretending that we don't have a night economy in my neck of the woods for my entire life in North York. Councillor Malik's ward, it's existed for 100 years. And so as we embark on this journey, I'm guessing that throughout the phase of implementation, my business owners and my residents, if they encounter a problem, may have everything to learn from those neighborhoods where this has been going on for 100 years. I want that external working group to be problem-solving supercharged by putting together those who have experienced this for a long time and maybe encountering something now that I could be encountering 30 years from now in my ward. The exchange of interests and challenges and good ideas will happen if we have a group following this implementation and really sharing what happens in Etobicoke, in North York, in Scarborough, and the legacy city of Toronto. These are all legacy cities, but there is change going on in all of them. And the night economy coming out into the open, not having to exist in secret, not having to exist upstairs in apartments, and really it would be much better down in a club, that's a big change. And I think we've got to work together. I'm deeply aware of how much consultation went on. I stopped by to wave hello to one of the Vibe Labs consultations. I was one of the ones that had people there from live music venues and said hello to the folks. But if you read, starts on page 9, if you read how deeply this thing has been consulted and how broadly and how professionally, this is so important that we did bring in external consultants. Our night economy champion, Councillor Ainsley, got frustrated with how long we were spending on public process. But similar to the debate we had last night, we tend to, in this room, be very mistrustful when we're not in the room for the public process. How could a public process possibly take place if a politician isn't there to make a speech? Well, guess what? Guess what? Sometimes you hear more. You hear frank admissions. You hear the real asks. And no question is a dumb question when there's no counselor there to perform. And so they had very animated discussions. They had deep consultation. And yes, it has up until now been very broadly representative. It just happened without us in the room. We weren't there. How could it possibly even have happened? Let's prove that we believe in our staff when they retain the best in the business, which Vibe Labs is one of those, and they do it. And they bring us those results. Let's trust that for once in our lives. Let's trust that our public service and the community working together can actually serve us good advice on a platter. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Michael. Michael wants to give me 40 more seconds.
You're under 5 minutes. But we do have a question. We do have a question for you.
Certainly.
Councillor Chang, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just wondering, do you see the one working group with representation across boroughs? Is there still an opportunity in this process that there's a degree of localization in how the bylaws are implemented to reflect the unique character of different neighborhoods? This isn't about NIMBYism, but it really is about that every ward in our city is a city. So yes, to assume like one thing, one size fits all, can apply is not, I don't think, the best process for the diversity of our residents. So I'm just wondering, do you foresee that so that the boroughs won't be arguing with each other?
Councillor Chang, your question, please. It's only 3 minutes.
Well, I think I've answered the value of putting everyone together in a room broadly representative. Where I see the local layer happening is when there is a challenge, or when you are, throughout the evolving nature of the night economy, going to introduce another change perhaps. But especially when there is enforcement, we are helped in court by the fact that the court knows that we have made every effort to have harmonized zoning bylaws. We have citywide bylaws that MLS enforces. But when that enforcement comes time to be done, and when it ends up in court, that is where the discussion of this local situation gets unfolded before the courts or before the person who we think has committed the infraction, for them to understand. And there is room in our bylaws and in our zoning laws to address those pieces. Councillor Candeval has moved a motion that he wants an address-specific little study done. We do that within the zoning bylaw all the time. And so it's through enforcement and through study that the local layers get done. But what is very effective for us in court is that they know that we have made every effort to be clear citywide on what our zoning bylaws are and what our municipal bylaws are. And that's why we're here to enforce this today, Your Honor. And here's how it applies in this local circumstance.
Councillor Cheng, do you have another question?
Yeah, so it's not just about problem solving, but also strengthening the unique characteristics of a night economy expressed in different boroughs. So it's, you know, we're talking a lot about fines and law, but in my neighborhood, there's a lot of 24-hour Korean restaurants. And how would we strengthen that in a night economy approach? Is that something that you could see happening in this context?
Yeah, that was your last question.
I have a lot of businesses in my area, some of them existing at night. One of them, a mad, crazy concept of putting it underneath a multi-layered parking garage with which no one thought would work. But it's like a mini night economy right in the middle of Consumers Road. And I consider it my job to make sure that's a success and deal with the local circumstances. That's what local representation does.
Thank you.
But they do learn every time they're in a room with the Asian business community that spreads out all across North York. They learn from each other by an exchange of ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the report that's in front of us. As the city's first night economy ambassador, I've had the pleasure and I've had the opportunity to work with amazing staff and leadership. And I'll just thank our film commissioner, Ms. Piggott, as well as Alok Sharma, Mike Tanner, former general manager of EDC, Mike Williams, and current general manager, Pat Tobin, and many others, both the internal and the external working group, the police, and everyone that's come together. We have had the opportunity to investigate and look at how others are dealing with this issue and whether or not they are called night ambassadors or whatever they're called in the UK, Paris, Amsterdam, where we learned a lot. We've had people come to help us to understand about the night economy. While our focus here today is simply about restaurants and entertainment as part of the night economy review, I want to remind everybody that the night economy is a vast array of, initiatives that take place at nighttime in our city. And of course, we have the day economy, the night economy. Night economy is one that we really need to consolidate more and to do more things. And I hear the question about consultation. And of course, I want to thank Councillor Ainsley of the work that he's doing now. And it was his idea originally to bring forward a night economy ambassador and so on that came in many years ago. But because of the pandemic, we have been challenged in terms of dealing with the issue. But during the pandemic, there's a lot of work that the staff are doing, all the meetings that we're having in order to ensure that we would have a plan laid out, which is what we actually have here today. I just caution us not to muck it up, to make sure that we focus on what is really important. Yes, that's true. The staff have actually done an amazing job. And I can say this because I was there with them at the outset. We looked and analyzed and talked and met with folks and addressed many of the issues and concerns of what we have here to do. Yes, it's always nice to tighten things up, but let's not muck it up. It's really important. I want to draw our attention to the fact that we need to do more with respect to transit. We need to collaborate with respect to the rideshare organizations and so on, because they are going to be an essential part of our success in terms of allowing people to navigate the nighttime and so on. We talked about noise, crowd control and so on. And the police were an integral part of the conversation going forward and going backward. And we also have to look at what we're going to invest in policing. And I know that I liked Councillor Bravo's motion, because that's really a good one in my view. So we really need to look at that. We really need to ensure that this is a place where people can come and enjoy the cultural sector. All of the things that we want to ensure is in place in terms of nighttime and night activities and balancing interests. I think we need to make sure that we optimize the opportunities and balance the interests of all those who have obviously a perspective.
Councillor Cole, please.
Sorry, I couldn't hear myself there for a moment. All those who have an interest in these activities and so on. The night action plan, of course, we've learned a little bit more about that, and that's really important. But I think a lot of good work has gone into this, and I'm not going to move a motion to ask staff to do anything, because the consultation process has been very effective. The process in terms of following up to create ongoing dialogue and discussions. Matters will come to community councils and so on, so we can discuss them further. I think that a lot has been done. What we now have to do is give it an opportunity to work in order to ensure that we get the best outcome. I know that we've had in place a system, the decimation that occurred with respect to our nightclubs in the downtown core, where all of the development moved in, and overnight it was basically annihilated to a large extent. And people talk about, at certain point in time, there are places that they would go and folks are missing out on those opportunities. Young people today are having a lot of different experiences, and they're actually doing it quite effectively and quite well. I know I look at my own son in terms of his activity and so on, doing it safely in the nighttime in the city of Toronto. That's really the goal and objective for our young people and our youth. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Ainsley, did you want to go first? Councillor Ainsley. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have an amendment that I'm moving on behalf of planning staff. That City Council amend the proposed zoning bylaw. Sorry, I have it put on the screen. And just to explain quickly, so this amendment's being done just because ensuring that nightclubs can operate in the basements of their establishments, as many of them are now. The way the zoning regulation is stipulate now, if you have a basement portion of your nightclub, you wouldn't be able to operate it. So this is a technical amendment I'm moving up for staff that brought it to my attention after all of the committee hearings. And then just to say briefly, I want to thank everybody for all of their work on this. Our staff have been amazing. We've been working on this since the night economy champion, Nightmare, was first established in 2016. To everybody here, members of the public businesses, we really understand the critical importance of the nighttime economy in this city, cultural vitality, livability, economic prosperity of the city, the largest city in Canada. Since the adoption by Toronto City Council, we've had a nightlife action plan created. Various city divisions and agencies have brought forward very innovative approaches to unlocking that creativity and commerce in the overnight period, while also managing the risks to public health, good order that can arise with overnight activity. And when people talk about overnight activity, it starts at 6 o'clock in the evening and right till 7 o'clock in the morning. The city's very dynamic. I can remember when we first started doing this in 2016, the numbers of people involved in our nighttime economy, it's almost tripled. The number of businesses have tripled. People, in the dynamic of where you finish your work day and you want to go shopping or you want to grab a bite to eat, live the rest of your day like people do working 9 to 5 and then they do their evening stuff. Think of people that work all night and then they come home at 5 o'clock in the morning, they have that same problem. I heard from people, you go to a bar or a restaurant, it closes at 2 o'clock in the morning, you go home to bed, that's great. Think of the people that work in that establishment and then they have to walk 45 minutes or an hour to get to a bus. They need to go buy their food, there's nothing open. It's really about an economy that works 24 hours in the day. And so what we're doing here with two items with economic development and planning in a nutshell is we're recognizing the vitality of our city. It's not just 7 in the morning till 5 o'clock at night. It's truly a 24-hour city that has many different components to it that we need to recognize and work with. So I want to thank everybody that isn't in this room, but that's listening, for a very extensive consultation process that we've gone through. Staff recognize that. They recognize that this isn't just something written in stone today. It's an ongoing process. So I appreciate the feedback from everybody. I want to thank all of our staff in economic development, culture, planning, transportation, even our clerk staff were involved in this, and I look forward to it. I also want to recognize the first nighttime economy champion that was appointed, Councillor Thompson, for creating the foundation for all of this work, and we're going to continue to move it forward, and I want to thank everybody.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Mantis, clarification of the motion.
Just a quick question, Councillor Ainsley. Does this amendment affect the fire code or the building code in any way? Because I mean, we've seen tragedies or accidents like all over the world with some nightclubs, right? Having operated over capacity or not having enough fire exits.
Yep. So in a nutshell, no.
No.
Right. So it's there. They have to follow all the existing regulations.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll now go to the last speaker, which is Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, everyone on council and all city staff, people who have worked on this. This has been a team effort, and thanks also to all the BIAs, business owners, residents associations, community groups, and everybody who has worked hard. This has been a Team Toronto effort to get here. We have been struggling for 20 years to solve this problem. We have a set of regulations for how bars and restaurants operate that don't match our zoning bylaw, and it's just been impossible to enforce anything. At the same time, we have, a group of people in Toronto who are younger than Councillor Candevel, who really want to enjoy the city of Toronto after 10 p.m. And their voices have to be heard. And it has been a delicate dance to get where we are. Is this the end of the story? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like all big issues in the city of Toronto, we're going to have fixes and tweaks and revisit 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, because the city of Toronto is always growing, changing, and evolving, and the way it's used by the people who live here will always change. And that's a great thing. And that's a great thing. Now, there are a number of motions that have been moved today, and I've been consulting with staff and Councillor Bravo, who's the chair of Economic Community Development, and Councillor Ainsley, who's been carrying this file since Councillor Thompson handed it over to him. And I just wanted to go through some of those and give you a sense of where I think we're being helpful and where we're not. We'll start with the easy one. Councillor Holiday's motion that we not allow these things next to a residential property. Well, I just encourage all of you to go look at map 4 of the official plan, which lays out land uses. There is almost no property in my ward that doesn't abut a residential property, right? Our main streets are linear, and behind them all is residential. So if we approve Councillor Holiday's motion, you will close everything. So just please vote no. I appreciate what he was trying to do, but public policy-wise, it would be a disaster. There was an interesting interchange between Councillors Carroll and Cheng. I encourage you to support Councillor Carroll's amendment. I understand what Councillor Cheng is trying to do. It is a very difficult thing to figure out how the diversity of voices and geographies in the city of Toronto get heard. But I will tell you, creating 4 little subcommittees that meet with city staff will not make Torontonians understand how all of this works better and will not get their voices to the table. Councillor Carroll's amendment does create a circumstance where people from different parts of the city can understand how our zoning bylaws and enforcement interact with each other, and I think that's a good thing. So I'd encourage you to support Councillor Carroll's amendment instead of Councillor Chang's original version. Councillor Ainsley moved something which was at the request of staff. It's great. It helps solve problems. Councillor Bravo's work, together with Councillor Carroll and Fletcher, and the amendment she made, really improves the tools we will have available for enforcement. It's probably one of the most important motions in front of us today, and I urge you to support it. Then there are 3 motions that refer to local areas. And just so we're all clear in our minds, many portions of Toronto, I have a portion on Queen Street in Parkdale, have distinct bylaws that are different from this citywide piece. Councillor Candeval and Morley are asking for studies to see if specific areas in their ward should have those additional tools. Planning staff are fine with doing those studies. That's the kind of fine detail screwdriver work that we have to do in a city as complex as ours. And similarly, Councillor Bradford has pointed out that he has a legacy set of regulations that no longer matter, and he wants them lifted. So we should endorse all 3 of those. So if we take that path, we make a big step forward in a regulatory regime that frankly has been rickety at best, and make it something that's shiny and new and gleaming and will work well for the City of Toronto. But we also commit ourselves to doing the work of constantly improving how that goes.
Can you wrap
Thank
up,
you.
please?
That completes my remarks.
Thank you. Okay, so let's ring the bells. We'll vote. Okay, on EC 8.13, the motion that was moved was by Councillor Bravo. Point of order.
I didn't get a vote delivered to my tablet. I don't, nobody asked me for the vote. Oh, okay. All right.
Point of order.
Councillor Cheng, we're in the middle of a vote.
Oh, I just want to say that I accept Councillor Carroll's friendly amendment to my motion.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have Councillor Bravo's motion on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, item is amended. On favor, carried. That's on EC 313. Okay. 813, sorry. Now we'll go to EC 814. Okay, it would be Councillor Carroll's amendment first. On Councillor Carroll's amendment, on favor, show of hands.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, motion 2 carries. The vote is 21-4.
Okay. Councillor Chang's motion as amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, hold on, Councillor Coe, I can't hear what you're saying. What do you? Don't pay, okay. So, yes, but somebody's asked for a recorded vote. Councillor Pruitz has asked for a recorded vote.
The motion, the item is amended. Carries. The vote is 22-3.
Point 2. Councillor Morley's motion on favor. Recorded.
The motion carries. The vote is 23-2.
Councillor Bradford's motion. Who asked for recorded? Councillor Pruitz is asking for recorded vote.
Councillor Chang, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Fletcher, can you please vote?
The motion carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay. Councillor Candavel's amendment, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. Thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 23-2.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote. Did,
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor McKelvey. The motion does not carry. The vote is 6-19.
Councillor Ainsley's motion.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. The motion carries. The vote is 23-2.
Item is amended.
Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Cheng, please, and Councillor Bradford. The item is amended carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, can I have members of council to please remain in your seats, please? Okay, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to see if, so MM 13.11, the stadium renaming, can we deal with that when we come back from lunch? No?
Can we do it now?
Let's not do it.
We do it now?
No, listen, this is an item that you can debate, you can vote against, but there's a request that we deal with it. So Councillor Ainsley, you want to deal with it now?
If we can deal with it now, that'd be great.
Okay, so let's deal with it now. Do we have? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Pruitt, one at a time. So Councillor Ainsley, did you want to withdraw your motion after lunch and do it now, or do you want your motion for after lunch to Councillor Ainsley? Okay, Councillor Ainsley's motion is after lunch. On favor? Carried. After lunch, we're having a short lunch. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Can we, but we have to deal with it today, Councillor Sachs. Yes. Okay, recorded vote. We're going to deal with it today, Councillor Sachs. No, it's not. No, the motion is to do it after lunch. First item after lunch. We're just reordering the order paper.
Just, members, just stand by while we type up the motion, please.
Mayor Chow, right? Yeah, so the mayor is fine. Okay, members, the voting is on the screen.
Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Chang, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Bradford, please. The motion to reorder the order paper carries. The vote is 20-3.
Any quick releases at the, Councillor Carroll, oh no, not now, we'll do it later, for Councillor Pasternak. Are there any quick releases? Any quick releases at this time? Councillor Holiday, quick release.
Thank you, Speaker. It's CC 13.23, which is 4174 Dundas. It's a bit complicated. The clerks have a couple of motions. If I can just ask them to be placed.
Okay,
One of
that's,
them is confidential.
yeah, so that's CC 13.23, 4174 Dundas, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we can, there, it's on the screen, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you.
So the amendment is as far as the confidential information.
I'm sorry, it's not a complicated motion, but it's because of the confidential report, it has to be this way.
It's not quick? Okay.
Well, I'll ask the clerks pre-circulate it because I think when members see what it is, they'll understand.
All right, are there any further quick releases, Councillor Holiday?
No, sorry, Speaker.
Okay.
Nothing's ever quick here.
Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If my colleagues are okay, I would like to release MM 13.14 with just a few, if you can indulge me to speak to it for a moment. So this is a recommendation or a member's motion from Councillor Holiday. It's actually an address in my ward. I had worked with planning staff through this. There was a committee of adjustments application which I did initially oppose because they were seeking additional couple levels in height, and we were quite satisfied with the initial proposal for this building. There was extensive community consultation. There are some community benefits built in, and I do not feel that it's appropriate for us to move forward with an appeal to the COA and delay this application further.
Sorry, not quick, Speaker. This warrants debate, and this impacts the Ward 2 community. So we'll have a little discussion about this, is no problem.
Okay, so it's not a quick release.
No problem, thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, quick release.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GG 8.14, non-competitive contract with Enberry Lyons Consultants for multi-tenant housing land economic study. I'd like to move, it's here without recommendations. I'd like to move the original recommendations of that were before the committee.
Recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, your vote, please. The amendment carries. The vote is 20-2.
Can you just clear the screen for me? Okay. Councillor Crisanti, quick release.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So, Speaker, I'm going to try once again on GG 8.3, but this time I'm going to withdraw my amendment, Speaker, and I'll just move the item as it is.
Okay, that's GG 8.3, largest property tax debtors. Okay, so Councillor Crisanti is just moving the item. On favor? Well, we didn't no, there wasn't. We didn't introduce it because as soon as he read it, we said it's not a quick item.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
It's that quick reopener. I am prepared to do it now. Staff have the motions.
Okay.
It is a quick reopening of the heritage item, NY 9.4, Councillor Pasternak's ward from yesterday. There's a quick wording change, not to the staff recommendations to include it on the heritage register, but to the community work secondary motion.
Okay, so.
To reopen?
So, yeah, motion to reopen. On favor. Recorded vote to reopen.
Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? Thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll, your amendment.
Yes. And I want to be really clear, the amendment is to the secondary motion. The staff recommendations that you adopted yesterday to include this heritage property still stand. This is the second motion that Councillor Pasternak had moved, and he has asked me in his absence to move a wording change to tighten up the wording of this is the motion about the community work. Staff prefer this wording, and so he has asked me to move it in his absence.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Carroll, on favor, you want recorded. Councillor Prutza, you can do what you want. Carol is doing this on behalf of Councillor Pasternak, so everybody knows.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? The motion carries unanimously. 23 in favor.
Item is amended on favor. Recorded vote. Oh, we don't need item is amended. Okay, great, thanks. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I do have a motion. I'm not sure it's ready yet, but TE 9.30 was sent in. It's the 415 Broadview Avenue. If it's ready, I'll move it. If not, then
Do we have,
I'll advance circulate that.
does the staff have that motion on TE 9.30?
Apparently not ready, so that's fine.
Okay, just give us a second.
It's been sent. And then I have an advanced circulation on EX 10.12, updates to the constituency services budget. I have a motion there. Simply approve that. But if you, 10.12 EX, the one that's being held by Councillor Perruzza. But if you don't have the 415 Broadview one, then I'll come back to that with a quick release later. Okay.
Okay, we don't have it ready. Okay. All right, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can release PH 8.23, which is the supporting purpose-built rental homes in Etobicoke North.
Okay, PH
I'll take
8.
the hold because I have questions.
That's fine. He can hold it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduced yesterday on Councillor Ainsley's behalf the display of 988 crisis line information poster. I think it's been circulated since yesterday. I think we can just vote on that and release it.
This is on,
MM 1333.
yes. Okay, on MM 13.33, on favor, recorded vote.
The item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Councillor Cole, would you like to release your member's motion as well, MM 13.32 Glen Cairn Subway Station? Do you want to release it? Yes. Okay, on MM 13.32, Councillor Cole was releasing. Perruzza wants a recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Deputy Mayor Malik? The item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go to EX 10.12 updates to the constituency services and office
Speaker?
budget. Yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I wondered, my suspicious colleagues had maybe had concerns about 4174 Dundas. I wonder if they've had a chance to see it, if I can release it. This is obviously time sensitive.
No, he's not ready. Okay, EX 10.12, Councillor Perruzza held the item down. If members of council have any questions, if they could put their name on the screen. Councillor Perruzza? No, but hold on, we're just doing questions now. Does anybody, Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do you have any questions? You don't. Okay, so I have questions. So Councillor Fletcher, did you want to take the chair? We were going to deal with it yesterday, but I held it down because you held it down.
You held it down because I held it down?
No, because Councillor Perruzza held it down. Yes, I was being nice.
We were being nice? Oh, wow, that was interesting. Okay. Are you ready, Speaker Nunziata? You got questions? Okay, you're on.
Okay, so can you explain the additional amount that's being asked for the councillor's budget as far as security? Is that going to be an added amount onto the budget this year?
Madam Deputy Speaker, that is, will be funded from the Council General Expense Budget and is already included in it can be absorbed into the existing budget for the.
So you're not going to increase the budget?
No.
Okay, and so can you explain what all this security is? I didn't realize that we were so important to have security.
This is a voluntary.
I've had things done to me. I've never had security. Okay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a voluntary program that we are recommending due to the increased threats of violence against politicians across Canada. Other municipalities have moved this way, and it is an opportunity for members, if they wish, to have some additional security put at their homes and expense their home alarm system monitoring costs.
So what it says here is that be a total up to $52,000 for 26 members, $100 per month, and then security equipment up to $52,000? Like what security are we asking for? Someone to stand out our door and watch us? Or what are we asking for?
Deputy Mayor Speaker, Madam
camera,
Deputy Speaker,
I don't know.
This would be to install a potential camera and an alarm system panel. It would depend on your home, but it would not be designed for a security guard. The installation of equipment is a one-time cost of up to $2,000. It lists $52,000 if all members were to take part, and otherwise the monitoring cost is up to $100 per month, again, if a member chooses to participate.
Yeah, so it's the installation and then $100 per month for the maintenance. Is that what you're saying? So explain to me how this is going to happen. So members of council that want security, they're going to hire a security company to come in, install this equipment, and the city is going to reimburse the councillor for it. Is that the way it works? Or does the city have a contractor that's going to do all this, or councillor's just going to go and buy whatever they want for security?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the councillor or the member can work with corporate security, but ultimately it would be the choice of the member on which company to use to install equipment and to monitor their home alarm system.
Okay, and in this report, is there anything in this report where you're asking for an increase in your budget?
Deputy Speaker, no. There's no ask for an additional budget.
So we have all this excess in the account that we can allocate all these additional perks?
The council general expense budget can absorb these costs, yes.
Okay, that's it for my questions.
You don't spend all of it, right? There's lots of money there. That goes elsewhere. Probably to Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was just wondering, how did we land on these two specific expenses? There's so many different pieces to the work that we do, and what caused this decision to be that we would be supported in these two areas?
Through this, Madam Speaker, with respect to home security, we had noticed the increased threats that were happening to politicians across Canada, and looked at jurisdictional examples where this was happening, which is why we're recommending it. With respect to the constituency management system, the Clerks has provided a system for many years. It is more than 10 years old, and it is very limited. And many councillors have already moved to a third-party system prior to this term. And so we're recommending to be able to expense up to $4,000 for that system, because it is something that all the members are utilizing.
So just in terms of the amount and the technology, first of all, did you know that all of us who choose third-party systems, that we're actually operating shadow technology by definition with regard to the city's own policies on digital infrastructure?
Madam Speaker, the constituency management system houses data that belongs to the councillor and not to the city. Mm-hmm. So I think from our perspective, it is not a shadow system. It is a system that is designed for a councillor's data.
So in addition to the data, we also spend quite a bit, I think, of resources on being able to email our constituents and to do paper mail our constituents, and those costs have been rising with inflation. Is there a consideration of reflecting those increases in our operation budget so that we can effectively communicate with our constituents and be supported financially to do so?
Madam Speaker, yes, councillors and members are using like email distribution systems like MailChimp, for example. I guess at this time, I would say that consideration of increasing the general expense budget to also incorporate that may result in additional budget pressures.
So I guess the question is there a consideration of increasing the envelope so that those costs can be better supported by our current budget? Because I think a lot of us stretched to the end of the year and found, oh my goodness, I can't do a second mailer. I've heard a few people say that. So in this world of increasing costs where communication with our constituents is so critical, is there a possibility that the email platform or further mailing envelopes could be increased as we consider how councillors can be better supported to serve our constituents?
Madam Speaker, I guess I would suggest that it should be done through the 2024 budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks, Speaker. Just a little more on these security systems. Can someone explain to me what's envisioned in terms of protection for members from a home security system?
Madam Speaker, what's intended is simply a home alarm monitoring system that could be utilized to alert the monitoring company of a situation that is happening at your home.
Why is that any different than picking up the phone and calling 911?
Through the Speaker, I think we are just considering that is an additional opportunity for protection, given that councillors and members of council are working at home. It's now more of a workplace than it was previously. And it's just something for consideration. Again, it's a voluntary program.
I'm sorry to split hairs on this, but I really want to get to the heart of how I would be further protected if I had a home alarm system versus carrying a cell phone in my hand. Given that home alarm systems, even if you trigger a panic alarm, go to a monitoring company who then has to figure it out and then may dispatch authorities, and it's there's a big difference between that and calling 911 and say there's someone here threatening me.
Through the speaker, I will allow Dwayne to respond.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think law enforcement personnel would certainly recommend that an alarm system should be part of most individuals' homes, and that's what's being recommended in this piece. An alarm system not only protects you when you're home, but when you're not home as well, which is one of the key parts of it. There's also a preventative measure in it when we talk about a doorbell camera system or a doorbell alarm, to be able to remotely answer or to not have to come to the door to answer that call and know what's going on, to have some awareness.
So, Mr. Nicol, thank you for that, but I think your lead-in was that most people would be well advised to have these type of products, at least according to the police. Is that true?
Through the speaker, yeah, that's certainly true. I think what may be missing in this piece is that, you know, the recommendation is based upon what has been implemented in 4 other Ontario cities already in regards to this same thing. And I think somewhat of a duty of care has already been established in this case, and this policy follows through in that as well.
Mr. Nicol, would you recommend that as a member of council, I take steps to protect my home, like having a security system or other measures, notwithstanding this policy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in my role, certainly I would recommend that every individual have a home alarm system in their home. Again, a very basic part of any law enforcement setup.
And so the question before us is not whether we're well advised to do that, it's whether or not the city will pick up the tab for elected officials.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that is certainly a part of the question, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you. Just on the home security, are councillors able to pick the vendor, install it? Does the city have any involvement in the contracts or what happens in our homes?
Madam Speaker, no. The councillor can choose the vendor and the contract, and the city would not have anything to do with that.
So we can maintain the contract, we can implement it, and send a bill? Up to a total amount?
That's correct.
So our privacy is ensured?
That's correct.
Okay. The second question I have is about the databases. Clerks are no longer providing support for the existing database. Will it continue to be operational in the coming years without support?
Madam Speaker, the database, we will maintain it and to assist the members to looking for a third-party system and help them also migrate.
So if I choose not to, and I want to continue using the existing system, can I continue to do that, recognizing there's no support from clerks?
Madam Speaker, the issue is the database exists on city platforms, and so whenever there's upgrades or there's things that need to happen, we will always have to ensure that, if it's still active, we would need to continue to try to keep it up to speed so that it's accessible. The issue we're facing is that the products are old, the database is limited, and it would be better suited if we could move the information to a third-party platform where that it can be maintained properly moving forward without any risk of anything being lost.
Okay, but recognizing, like I have an extensive database, for example, and I'm not planning to be here forever, can I use the existing system for 3 more years?
Through the Speaker, we are looking to hopefully decommission the database next year. We would work with you on migrating the data that you have properly into the new system.
And so it will be, I will not, I guess I want clarity. Will I be able to use the system for 3 years? Your answer is no.
Correct.
And so through this, there will be $4,000 available to use an alternate platform.
Correct.
Same question. As the councillor, will I source that, pick that, choose that? What is the city's involvement and how do I ensure privacy?
That would be the choice of the councillor. Many members have already chosen a third-party vendor. We've provided some research on some suggested things to look at, but it would ultimately be, again, your contract and your data, and there would be we would have no access to that information.
So the councillors, we will have the responsibility of ensuring the privacy of our constituents with that database.
Yes.
And there will not be a connection to the city on that database.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
So just to be crystal clear, you're phasing out the database, CMS, whatever everybody else uses, and then we are to secure our own database. And you're suggesting an allocation of $4,000 rather than an at cost.
Madam Speaker, yes, that we are currently recommending up to $4,000. The policy, as it's written, would increase starting in 2025, since we're so close to.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
My apologies. Yes, we are recommending right now a $4,000 maximum. Many of the third-party systems that the councillors have chosen are currently under that threshold. In the policy, it's written that the amount will increase with CPI starting in 2025.
Are some over that?
I think there may be one councillor who's over that, yes.
Pardon me?
Yes, I believe there's one councillor who pays more than $4,000.
So what happens then if it's over $4,000? Does that now come out of your office budget?
The extra would currently, yes.
So I'm a little concerned that you're migrating us to our own databases, correct? There's a migration because you're closing down clerk's database capacity programs, yes?
There are currently 5 members who are still on the clerk's database. All the other members have already migrated to a third-party system.
So, but you are deciding that those 5 members will have to migrate, correct? By this
Through this, yes.
policy. No, I have double. I've got lots of them going, but CMS is actually very good for data tracking for your constituents, unlike other ones that are more for selling. This is a constituent data. So you're forcing us off, but you're not, at this point, you're saying there'll be a cost of living or COLA increase yearly, but the actual cost of the database that we're being forced to won't be covered automatically. So that, do you see the problem there in driving it back to our own office budget at that point?
The Speaker, Madam Speaker, the amount of $4,000 actually looks quite reasonable for what everyone's paying. Obviously, if things change, we would revisit that.
But somebody is paying more.
It often depends on the selection of the software that they wish to use.
Yes, so you're forcing us to select software less than $4,000 with this recommendation.
We are starting with the position that we will pay up to $4,000 plus CPI after starting in 2025 as a starting position.
And so to change that, in 2025, we would have to then say we'll cover the actual database costs. That's still possible, even with adding the $4,000 in this year.
Of course, the policy could always be changed in the future.
And you would agree with that if people are coming in over $4,000?
Of course.
And so what are we going to do about the outlier who's over $4,000? This doesn't cover them.
The extra, which I believe is just over $4,000, would be covered in their office budget.
Or we could add that today.
Of course.
cover it. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the speakers list, if anybody wants to speak on it. Okay, Councillor Perruzza to speak.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, because your name was there. You don't want to speak? No, okay.
I did not put my name on there, but if somebody put my name on there, just to let them know that, no.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I have a short motion. Well, when clerks present it, I'll just say it. I would like to take the eligible expense for security system out of the proposal before us today. Speaker, I just find that security systems are a common and general expense and aren't unique to the role of councillor. As Mr. Nicol mentioned, and I think all of us have heard in many other places, that citizens are well advised to have something like this around their home. I think, though, it is true that members of council could find themselves in a circumstance where there's an elevated risk. I think that those circumstances should be dealt by a one-off. And my suspicion is if it's that serious, the needs are going to go well beyond a home security system. And so, members of council, just either continue to, or maybe you should pay the $30 a month monitoring and go get yourself a system, but I don't think it should be an expense. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, Speaker, I will move that motion basically to approve the staff, there it is there, adopt the members of council operation policy, but I must admit I'm just a bit surprised at hearing that we're not going to be able to cover the full amount this year for someone who has a system that's operating over 4,000. And I'm going to do this now, so we're not tinkering around with that, but put everybody on notice that these electronic issues, since we're not having that covered, that I think we have to really honor the different systems that people are using and the cost of those systems. And I'll say this, and I do appreciate bringing this in for 2023, simply because from these, I don't think our constituency services and office budget's really been updated over a number of years to adequately meet the electronic age. So we all have a lot of demands. We have big emails that we send, we've got tracking, we've got many, many things that we have to do for our jobs that quite possibly others in the city who aren't councillors don't have to do that. You don't have to maintain MailChimp. You don't have to maintain other types of databases, but we do in our job. We can't fall behind. So we have, I'd say, fallen behind, I don't want to say financially, but most likely, but in the kind of world that we live in. We've fallen behind the description of that world. So I think and I promised Councillor Carroll, I'm not tinkering with any of these dollars here today, but I think councillors have said, how can we forecast into 2025 to be a little more realistic about the world we live in, electronically and digitally, for elected members? So on notice that we have to continue working on this in 2025, but let's just get this one done now. And I will say around I don't know, you can opt to have a security system, you can not have a security system. Let's not make ourselves into that everybody's after us. But if we remember during all of the big issues around encampments, many councillors had people at their home, they had people at their doors, they had people, it was quite something. And so that was a very difficult period, not for anybody from any other parts than really not my ward either, but downtown councillors, they faced tremendous, tremendous challenges at that time with people that were terribly upset. Since then, we've seen a convoy in Ottawa, we've seen many things. So let's not pretend that we're living in the same world we were before COVID. We're living in a bit of a different world, but it's up to everybody. It's up to you if you don't want to have a database. Unfortunately, it's not up to me anymore if I want to keep CMS, but Deputy Mayor and myself will be talking to.
We're going to be the holdouts.
We're going to be the holdouts. So as long, anyway, there you go. Thank you very much. Let's just get this one done, and away we go. On to the next item, and I have a quick release, Speaker.
Okay, well, hold on. There's a question for you.
Oh.
Councillor Mantis, 3 minutes clarification of the motion. And then Councillor Fletcher, I need to speak as well. So
Sure.
Councillor Mantis?
My question is in the motion, why aren't we
Can't
asking?
hear you.
Why aren't we asking to replicate the costs in 2024 instead of, because we're hearing that the cost is probably going to be replicated in 25. That way it
Simply
would help
because
everyone.
this is what's in front of us. We don't want to get in. This is a good thing. We have coverage for your database that we didn't have before out of our office budget. We have a consideration of the security issues that are faced by some councillors, not all councillors. And so I think we should just do this and then in an orderly way determine what 2025 might look like, Councillor.
Thank you.
Yes, just to say that this is an ugly new reality we face, so we have to at least recognize the dangers here, especially to our family members. You know, I can go through a litany of things that I've been through, but I don't try to give that kind of stuff any oxygen, but it happens. It's happening. And as Councillor Fletcher said, look at the siege in Ottawa. Look at the anti-vaxxer stuff that was going on, the COVID deniers, the anger that created. I just was blown away by the anger for 2 years that people had about everything. And from people claiming I was closing down schools, yelling and screaming at me, threatening me because I said, you closed down my school, you know. This is the kind of thing we've never had before. And, you know, don't forget what Councillor Filion went through. Yeah, and that was sort of treated very lightly by the press and everything. Look what he went through. Anyways, I just want to say this is the ugly new reality. We're doing a very modest recognition of that, and that's why we've got to be real about this kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's just a fast motion.
Your motion's on the screen. No, it's not. That was my motion. Can you wait 1 second then, Speaker, for that to come up?
3 cameras in my house.
Stop your time.
I don't know why it would cost so much.
I know.
I'm serious. See?
Ready? Oh. Councillor, your motion is now on the screen.
Yeah, there it is. I do support Councillor Holliday's motion, but can you put my motion back up because I didn't get a chance to read it? Huh? Oh, okay.
Wait 1 sec.
Okay, there is City Council amend the members of council operations. If members of council are going to vote for this, it sounds like they are because they feel they need the security. We're also very important. City Council amend the members of council operations policy to provide that if you want security, that funds from your home security be charged to your member's office budget, not the council general budget. That's my motion. When I seen this report, I was actually very surprised. It's even before us. You know, even though it's within their budget, I mean, there's better things to do with that budget than have security. I'm sorry, but I don't really think that we need security. As Councillor Holiday mentioned, call 911. I mean, I just think that this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Thanks.
Can you tell us how you really feel, Councillor, please?
I don't have the button to ask questions, but I want to ask.
Councillor Perruzza, clarification of the motion, please. Thank you.
I don't understand the objective. You know the councillor's overall budget is one budget, right? It's one amount, right? Whether it comes from yours or the general, it's one amount, right? So if there's no increase to the amount, what difference does it make where it comes from?
Well, first of all, it's taxpayers' money. And second of all, if you want to put security.
I understand it's all taxpayers' money. I asked this question.
Okay,
Right?
because if you take it.
There's a budget.
I understand.
Now, that's the amount, right?
Just one at a time. Thank you.
I understand.
But she's not answering. She's talking about
Can you just lay that out and then you'll get your answer?
No, but I understand, Councillor Perruzza, but my motion is to take it out of your $55,000 budget that you have to send out newsletters and that. So if you want to use that, use that. But I don't support this. So I'm just putting an option forward.
No, I understand the option you're putting forward, and I understand the political optics of it. I understand your desire to make a political statement around it. But in terms of money,
it's not a political statement. It's what I believe in.
Speaker, can you let him ask you the question?
But in terms of taxpayers' money, right? You know, here, let's pretend this cookie.
No,
just to explain it this way.
Councillor,
pretend this
please
cookie
be clearer.
is the councillor's budget. Now you divide it into little sections here, 55, 55, and then there's a general budget. Now, does it, if you're not adding to the cookie, right? If you're not adding, if the cookie's not getting any bigger, what difference? Do you understand that? What
Yes, we understand your question.
Where from that cookie
Councillor
the money comes from?
Perruzza, she's going to answer your question. You've asked it a couple of times. She's going to answer
But
it, and
I don't
that's
think she
it.
understands it.
She understands
I
it.
do
I don't think she
She
gets the
understands
cookie.
it, and whether she understands it the way you like it
understand it.
is not
If you
up
don't
here.
support it, go ahead and vote against my motion, and you can eat your cookie.
Thank you.
Will do.
Councillor Carroll, questions, or speeches, sorry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I, of all people, next to possibly the CFO, know exactly how big the cookie is. And I'm asking my colleagues, please do not support the motions of my colleagues, Councillor Holiday and Councillor Nunziata. Please don't. When I first got into this office, my next door neighbor was Councillor Kyle Ray. And he had a giant poster in his wall commemorating Harvey Milk. Harvey Milk. And that's why when security said we need to tighten up in this city hall, and I'm sorry, but we're going to have to lock some doors, and yeah, we're going to have to check people out before they come into the rotunda, I didn't argue because of Harvey Milk. Here we are in 2023, and there's only 3 words to say. It's not about us. It is about our loved ones. 3 words. Nancy Pelosi's husband. It's not about us sitting in this chamber. It's about the fact that everyone watching YouTube knows we're in this chamber. So who's home? Are they alone? Are they vulnerable? That's the reality of nowadays. And Mr. Patchalock has recommended a way to address modern days because of realities. He's recognizing in the year of what happened to Nancy Pelosi's husband that perhaps we're at that risk. And I salute him bringing it forward. No one asked him to. He simply consulted with security, and they are addressing what are very real concerns. And so please don't support those motions. We all know how big the cookie is, and we will deal with that in January. I think I have the floor still, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Pruitt, please.
And come January, we will deal with that. But he's right. It's going to come from the budget that staff have recommended, and it's going to be addressed. I've been paying for one for 20 years. I can recommend it to you. It's well within the cap that's set. But I know that while I'm here, Martha is safe in my house.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Let's put the motions on the screen so we can vote on it before lunch.
Madam Speaker, may I just give some advice?
Sure.
Because Councillor Fletcher went second, she moved the main policy. So what my recommendation to you is that we vote on Councillor Holyday and your motion as amendments to the main item,
Okay.
which is in Councillor Fletcher's motion. So we'll go in that order, and we'll start with Councillor Holyday's motion.
Okay, Councillor Holyday's motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. And Councillor Sachs. The motion does not carry. The vote is 3-19.
Okay, the next motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 5-17.
Councillor Fletcher's motion. Councillor Fletcher's motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Holyday, are you online? Can you hear me?
But
Councillor Holiday, how do you vote, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Elvidge, I had a power surge at home and lost all internet connection, so you please remind me of where we're at.
This is, where we're at is we're voting on Councillor Fletcher's motion, which is the policy.
Thank you, I vote in favor. Thank you for your understanding.
The motion carries. The vote is 21-1.
Councillor Fletcher, have to go to Councillor Cole first, and I'll go to you. Councillor Cole?
Yes,
You
I have.
came to me and you, hold on, you wanted to release 3 CC items?
Yes.
Okay, so which is CC 13.14?
Yeah.
Which is Marley Avenue? You're
Yeah,
going to release?
774, 776, 778, 780, 782,
Okay.
Marty Avenue, release.
Okay. CC 13.14, Councillor Cole would like to release. All in favor, carried.
Then I'd like to release CC 1315, 699, 711 Lawrence Avenue West. I'd like to release that.
Okay, on favor, carried. And
I'd like to release CC 1316, 131 Lion Court, and 836, 838 Roselawn Avenue. I'd like to release that.
Okay, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. It is ready. It is TE 9.30, 415 Broadview, alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes of a designated property. Thank you.
Okay.
I have motions up there.
Yes, we'll put the motion on the screen. So
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher's motion, T 9.30, 415 Broadview, it's on the screen. On favor?
And thank you to planning and
Carried.
legal staff for their help with this difficult file. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further quick releases? Oh, sorry, I don't see that. Councillor Thompson? Oh, sorry, Councillor Sachs first, and Councillor Thompson. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. PH 8.16, amendments to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 667, rental demolition. I have a motion. This is a revision of my initial motion. And I did work with Councillor Perks and Councillor Moyes to reach this. This motion, this matter is about rental demoviction.
Yeah, so this is a quick release, Councillor
It's
Sachs.
a quick release, and
Yeah.
I'll quick release it as long as I can talk to it for a minute.
Okay.
My ward is a hot spot for demevictions of large affordable apartment buildings, including 145 St. George. So I've been working very closely with the affected tenants, including the anti-demoviction network. At their request and with my support, the demolition permit for the building was based on a deal that specifically included a right to return to the extra affordable units for the post-application tenants. The same deal was made at 25 St. Mary's by Councillor Moyes. The Demoviction Network has asked that this council treat other post-application tenants the same way, but the staff recommendation would do the opposite. It would throw them out of the building when they were demevicted and put them to the bottom of a 10,000 person odd list. They would never get back into their building. We wouldn't kick post-application tenants out of their apartments just because there are other people waiting for affordable housing, and we shouldn't allow a demoviction and this staff proposal to do the same. So the motion that I have is to ask staff to look at this again and to come back with recommendations on the feasibility of giving post-application tenants in other buildings the same protection that they're getting in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, recorded vote. Okay. Recorded vote on the amendment. On favor, recorded vote. Is that what you asked for, Councillor Perks? No, I don't need a recorded. Oh, okay. On the amendment, Councillor Perks is asking for recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Holliday, how do you vote, please?
I vote in favor.
In the affirmative, thank you. The amendment carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, item as amended, on favor, carried. Okay, we don't have time. We have to break if you want to record it. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Holliday, how do you vote, please?
I vote in favor.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The item is CC 1319, 1891 Eglinton Avenue East, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, Ontario Tribunal hearing. Request for direction. The local councillor and I and staff have been able to work some magic, and the matter is resolved. I can release it to the local councillor, who will move a motion that will basically wrap it all up, and we're all happy. Kumbaya.
So you want to do that now?
Yes. Oh, yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay. Does the staff have your motion?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Candeval.
Staff can put the motion on, pretty straightforward, and we'll move it along.
Oh, they don't have it, so we'll have to hold the item down till after lunch. Okay.
Okay.
For recess for lunch, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Councillor Holliday. Oh.
Mr. Clerk?
No, I don't have time.
Councillor Holliday, if you're still there, we're just asking if you'd stay connected to WebEx over the lunch hour. We're having some WebEx issues, so we don't want to lose you.
Yeah, thank you. If possible, I would love to be able to get back in using
quick releases before we go to the item. Councillor Candeval, you had the motion on CC 13.19.
Yes, I worked with staff to bring in an amendment, which is advanced circulated. Yeah, so what's present?
So it's on the screen.
Yeah.
All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Any release of holds? What are the names that are on the screen now? Can you, okay. Are there any release of holds? Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. I will try again on CC 13.23, which is 4174 Dundas. There is a confidential attachment amendment and there is a public amendment.
Okay, we'll put that on the screen. It's on the screen, CC 13.23, 4174 Dundas. In favor, show of hands.
Speaker, can I have a recorded vote on the item as amended?
Okay, item is amended. Okay.
There are 3 motions. They all have to be displayed.
Okay, we have 3 motions, so we'll display all of them. Okay, motion 1A, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor, please.
Councillor Mantis, how do you vote?
Councillor Mantis, how do you vote?
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Candeval, how do you vote, please? The motion carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Motion B. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. Councillor Holiday's asked for. Item C, sorry. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holiday has asked for recorded vote on item as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor?
Thank you. The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 20-1.
So we will now, that's it for the quick release. Pardon?
I have some more.
Okay, Councillor Holiday.
In the spirit of the time, I'll release IE 9.1, which is the Gardner Expressway. I'll have to follow up with questions about how this bumps up against the approvals the other day, but I'll release that. I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay, on IE 9.1, Councillor Holiday is releasing recorded vote.
Councillor Canterville, please. And Mayor Chow, when you're ready, please. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor?
Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
The item is adopted, 22-1.
I have one more.
Okay.
IE 9.5, which is building emissions. I'm pretty sure I got that one held. And again, regarding the time, I'll ask my questions another day of staff. I'd like a recorded vote on it.
Okay, IE 9.5, Councillor Holiday is releasing it with the record. Oh, Councillor Sachs has a motion on this? Councillor Sachs?
Exactly. Well, I've moved my motion. It's advanced circulated. This is following up on multiple previous council resolutions to move towards elimination of natural gas. And so I'm asking that the staff actually report back what we're going to do about those multiple resolutions.
Okay, so on Councillor Sachs, so in favor, carried. So on the item, recorded vote on the item. Recorded vote. Yes, we're doing a recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. Just stand by, members, please. The voting panel is now open. Councillor Perruzza, please, and Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Bradford, please. How do you vote?
In favor?
And Councillor Pasternak, please.
In favor?
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 19-4.
Okay.
Speaker, one more. It's not held by me, but if Councillor Perks wants to release PH 8.3, I'll just take a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Perks, you're okay to release it? This is a housing action plan?
Yes.
Okay. So recorded vote on PH 8.3.
Sorry, Speaker, it's the low-rise guidelines, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Chow, please. Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Okay. We'll now go to the members. Councillor Matlow, you got your hand up? Oh, sorry, your name's there, yes. Councillor Matlow?
If I can get an indication if Councillor Holiday is okay with me releasing MM 13.13?
Yes.
Thank you. Then I will release it, and I have a very minor amendment on behalf of Councillor Bravo that I'd like to move.
This is on MM 1313?
Yeah, Christ
Okay.
Systems is 18 booms.
Okay, so your amendment, does the staff have your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, we can put the amendment on the screen. Okay, there it is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank
I
you.
guess you guessed I can't get into the system, so try to solve it.
The amendment carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, we'll now go to members' motion 1311. Item is amended on favor. Recorded vote. Item is amended.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Ainslie, please. And Mayor Chow. Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. The item is amended as adopted unanimously, 21 votes in favor.
Okay, so we will now go to members' motion MM 1311. Moved by Councillor Ainslie, second by Councillor Carroll. We had that timed item. Do we have questions of staff? If we can clear the screen. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion. If clerks could display it on the screen for me, please. We spoke yesterday at great length about the importance of due process in this chamber, and I stand today to encourage us to consider consistency in that area. The motion reads as follows. That City Council direct the General Manager, Economic Development Culture, in consultation with Acting General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Rec, to conduct a review of renaming the stadium at Centennial Park as the Rob Ford Stadium in accordance with the City of Toronto's naming policy, including our guiding principles. The second one is similarly to direct the same senior staff in consultation with the local ward councillor to conduct some public engagement to meet our criterias and again, the principles, guiding principles. Last year, July, City Council adopted a new commemorative framework for the City of Toronto's public spaces, which again, we debated at length yesterday. This framework updated the city's naming policies and defined a set of guiding principles to ensure that communities are engaged in a meaningful way and to diversify the stories we tell through the names of our properties, streets, and monuments. During the engagement process for this framework, we heard from many residents about how critical it is to make time for meaningful engagement for name changes in recognition of the complex histories and issues being explored. If this motion goes forward and the stadium at Centennial Park is renamed without going through this process, we're not providing Torontonians the opportunity to share the impacts, both positive and negative, that this commemoration would have on them. Without meaningful engagement and appropriate review by city staff, we are not holding ourselves accountable to the commitments we've made through these policies to encourage greater equity and inclusion in placemaking and to promote a broader understanding of history and its legacy on communities. In my amendment, I want to both honor the request to rename the stadium at Centennial Park as the Rob Ford Stadium, as well as ensure that the city processes are followed and Torontonians are meaningfully engaged. So the motion is before you. I thank you very much, colleagues, for your attention.
Councillor Sachs, question, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Morley, for this excellent proposal. To the best of your knowledge, has there been any appropriate community engagement for this naming consistent with the Toronto naming policy?
Not that I'm aware of. I do know that this had come to council previously in 2017. It would have predated our naming policy, and I'm not sure what level of consultation or engagement took place at that time either.
But it wasn't approved then. We do have a naming policy now. So in accordance with our naming policy, in the last year, has there been any meaningful public consultation relating to this proposal?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And would you consider that going ahead to name this stadium without public consultation would provide a decision that was generally acceptable to the people of the city?
What we heard yesterday as part of our naming policy is we've created an opportunity for residents to challenge us on our decisions. And I think the best way to prevent us from kind of having to go back and redo our work is by honoring the process to begin with. So I think that it would be appropriate for us to engage per my motion.
Okay. And in this review that you're proposing of the proposed naming, would you think it appropriate for the city to be considering whether the person proposed to be honored is consistent with city policies on things, for example, like intimate partner violence?
I think that's exactly part of the process that I would love to see upheld here today.
Right. And do you think that failing to go through that process again would affect the trust and confidence of the people of the city in the decisions of this council?
I think that our job here as leaders is to really work to ensure trust amongst the public in our institutions, and the best way to do that is holding ourselves accountable to good governance, integrity, and the processes that we put in place.
Right, and if we go ahead and rename this stadium today without doing that, what will that say to the people of this city about the job that we're doing for them?
I don't think it gives a message that we should be sending.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I realize that the late Mayor Ford was a polarizing figure. Many politicians are. It's the nature of the business. There's been a lot said recently, and there was a lot said in the past, and a lot of stories that were personal in nature. There was one record that I wanted to place before council that I think is important that hasn't been mentioned, and that is the official public record. I don't think anyone can argue, even if they disagree with the outcome of the votes, about the tenacity of the former mayor. In his council motions that were put forward as ways to save money for taxpayers in a way that he believed made the city better. I don't think anyone can argue his tenacity for an approach to customer service that many struggled just to even keep up with. And those were positive things that were not partisan in nature. And I don't think many people can argue with the record about savings over time. Again, whether or not you agree or disagree, this was an elected public member that worked for the public. And so, as I open, people say positive and negative things based on their personal experience, but this is a non-personal public record, black and white, in our TIMIS system, and enshrined in the records of the city. And they are positive things. Even if you get past the politics of it, no one can dispute his love for his work and his dedication over the number of years towards it. Thank you for allowing me to say that, Madam Speaker, because I just felt that dimension of the discussion had been underrepresented thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes. Yesterday we approved the renaming of Dundas and trying to eliminate the ugly legacy of that person. And it was done with a motion that was brought before council that none of us really had any warning about. It didn't follow the processes we have put in place for renaming that we've all suffered through for the last number of years, trying to get places in our communities named, yet we approved that yesterday unanimously. So we talk about process. Then we've got this motion that was put before us, and it doesn't follow that process, but I think it's put forth in good faith to try and recognize someone that was, we all know he was flawed, as we all are. Talk about his record at council about saving money and all this kind. I don't care about that. All I know is that this man had serious challenges in his life. I don't want to get into his health challenges and others, and I don't want to judge anybody that goes through, the stresses of life and what it does to your capacity to deal with issues. But anyways, he had a very challenging life. Yet, despite those challenges that he had, personal health challenges, he still dedicated much of his life to public service for his community. And if you ask anybody in Etobicoke, especially in this area, about what Rob Ford did for them or how he cared and how he would visit people at all hours of the day, weekend, he would be there. He didn't care if you were, involved with some Bay Street law firm. If a person called about an issue that they felt the city could, he would go there in person. 24 hours a day. This is what the man did. Because he really cared, empathized with people. That's why I think it's appropriate to name this stadium after Rob Ford. Second aspect of that, the other side of Rob Ford many of you don't know about, is that he dedicated his life to helping young people who were troubled. The countless hours and money out of his own pocket he devoted to helping people who were usually young men, 18 years of age, with no academic future. He got them interested in playing football. I know it seems very trivial to some of you, But that brought a lot of young people who knows where they would have been into some kind of structured environment where they went to school, you know, Don Bosco school. And so he got these young people to have some sense of self-worth because Rob cared about them, was very, very personal about them. If they needed money, he would take money out of his own pocket and give them money for food to get home. You don't hear about that. That's what he did for years. And I know that part of Rob Ford because I was involved with football many years. And I would encounter Rob from time to time. He didn't talk politics. He always said, well, listen, Mike, you got to get back into football. We need more people helping these young kids. I'll get you the equipment. I'll get you some money. I'll get you some help. We got kids that need help. That's what he talked about. He didn't talk about City Hall and saving taxpayers' dollars and all this stuff. So that's why I'm supportive of this motion to name a stadium where a lot of football was played, where he coached and was very close to what he represented, Centennial Stadium. It would be an appropriate way of remembering a mayor of Toronto, a local city councillor, and someone who cared about young people.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I'd first just like to offer my strong support for Deputy Mayor Morley's motion or amendment. I think it's the right thing to do. I think that we have a process for a reason. And unlike the process with Yonge Dundas Square, there was a process. Whether or not you like the process or not, there was a process that we went through. The committee met for 2 years. They deliberated, they debated, and whether or not we like the outcome of yesterday's vote, we can all say that there was a process that was followed. I've heard other examples of things that we've named without going through a process, but to my understanding, a process yet did not exist to name those civic assets. So if we have a process that we're not following, there should be a reason given for that. And to my knowledge, I have not seen that reason or justification. That's not to say that the former mayor does not deserve an honor. I'll give you one quick example, sort of to follow what Deputy Mayor Cole was saying. When I was canvassing in my campaign, I knocked on someone's door. She answered it. She was very polite, but she said, I don't vote anymore. I haven't voted since Rob Ford. She was so disillusioned with politicians, and I said, well, what made Rob Ford so special? She said, when we moved here, our driveway was a double paved driveway. And someone called the city saying that their driveway was not in compliance with the bylaw and they had to change it, and it would have cost them thousands of dollars. And she called Mayor Rob Ford, and maybe 2 weeks later, he came with a bunch of city staff, and he had the whole staff working on resolving this person's issue because she had actually bought the house like this. So this is the house she bought, and this is the way the driveway was built. And she said at 10 o'clock, she got a phone call from Mayor Rob Ford saying, thank you, ma'am, your problem has been resolved. And yeah, that's who he was. He was a guy who genuinely liked people, and people responded to that because they understood that he had their best interest at heart. Now, you can't separate that from everything else. And again, that's why we have a process, to have that debate, to have that discussion, to sort of see where the community lands, where the community feels. And it would be inappropriate for us as a body to supersede that process without listening to the people who will most directly be affected by this. So I would just like to add my voice and my strong support again for Deputy Mayor Morley. Thank you.
Councillor Sachs to speak.
I also want to express my very strong support for the motion by Deputy Mayor Morley. This motion that's come to us today is to take a name that unites us Centennial Stadium, thinking about our shared history, and changing it to a name that could not be more divisive. There isn't anyone in this city more divisive than Rob Ford. It's totally inappropriate to do this without public consultation. And I agree with my colleague, Councillor Myers. What we did yesterday, as I said yesterday, was not proper process, and my constituents are outraged by it, and justly so. But at least with relation to the square, there was some kind of process that had been gone through that did include some local people. And on the TTC, we did not make a decision yesterday, contrary to the tweets of TMU. We've asked the TTC board to look at it, and we will. So here we are today, and so we're saying, okay, that we should make another bad, divisive decision without complying with our naming policy. I can't see any possible reason why we do this. Seems to me, only two choices. Choice one is there is no link, as the mayor has said publicly, no link between this proposal and the public taxpayers' money that the province gave us that we approved on Wednesday. And if there is no link, then there is no rush. There is no reason to make an extremely divisive, many people would say despicable decision in a hurry without listening to the public and without complying with our naming policy and without considering things like the very first thing the mayor asked us to do was to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic, and to then turn around the very same year and honor, I think, our most notorious intimate partner violent person, would to make a mockery of what we say we stand for. Now, if there is a link, if there is some secret link that as a quid pro quo for the public taxpayers' money, remember, a lot of which comes from the people of this city, to this naming, then again, I say this is completely inappropriate. If the Premier of this province is using taxpayers' money to force us to rename a public asset that the public has paid for, without complying with our policies, and in a way which is extremely divisive, in order to give a personal benefit to his immediate family, that's wrong. We should not be a part of that. Now, I heard Councillor Myers' story about Rob Ford, and I had a very similar experience when I was in practice. But let's go back to what was happening in that story. We have rules on the width of hard surfaces. We don't do that to be mean to people. We do it because it will cost this city hundreds of millions of dollars in wastewater treatment if we have too much runoff, and that runoff is caused by hard surfaces. So what Rob Ford did in the example that Councillor Myers told you, and in the example of the case I had, and in many others, was he put the personal interest of someone ahead of the public good. And that's what we're being asked to do here again, is to put the personal interest of the Ford family and the clout that the Premier has with public money to make us rename a public asset from a name that unites us to a name that divides us. And I'm asking you not to do it. If we're going to consider this, then at least let's take the time to listen to the people of this city, including the people in my ward, none of whom have been consulted. Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just heard earlier, and I hope I heard it in the wrong context, that there is something despicable about what's in front of us. I think this is the right, honorable thing to do, to rename the stadium after former Mayor Rob Ford. I want to thank Councillor Ainsley and I want to thank Councillor Carroll for bringing this item forward, and I am urging our colleagues around this table to support this item. My experience with Rob was, I could go on all day speaking about it, but we all know that he was a father, he was an uncle, he was a brother, he was a football coach. He was out there in the community helping young people every single day. His days were, I don't know anybody that worked the kind of days Rob Ford did at helping people. Over the years, I did develop a very close relationship with Rob, and I had the privilege of not only to know him on a personal level, but to work very closely with Rob Ford. His legacy truly exemplifies what it means to take customer service to a different level here at City Hall. He was passionate about public service, advocating for his constituents across the city. As we heard Councillor Meyer's story, and I could tell you there are many, many stories across the city. He reached out to everyone. He was a mayor that never said no. He was there to help everyone, doesn't matter where you were. To say he was passionate doesn't begin to describe his true love for the city and the work that he did. One of my fondest memories I share with you is watching him work through his clipboard. I used to sit right behind him with phone numbers, and these numbers reflected the individuals that he intended to call back on his own personal cell. That's right, his personal cell. He gave out his personal number to anybody that wanted it, and he'd always answer or get back to you that same day. And there's a lot of stories I could tell, but one story that every time I think about it just continues to move me to this day. There was a 4-alarm fire up in Etobicoke North, and I was there at the scene at the command center getting briefed at what was going on. I get a call from the mayor, and the mayor says, Vinny, you know, I'm on my way. You know, can you tell me what's happening? I said, Mr. Mayor, yeah, come up here. It's pretty serious. The first thing he did when he arrived at the scene is he wanted to know if anybody was hurt. He wanted to know if anybody was displaced. So they indicated, yes, some families were displaced. They're sitting on a TTC bus. And he asked to be taken to these families. So the very first thing he asked them is, well, is everybody okay? And after that, he asked if they had a place to stay that night. They said no, they did not have a place to stay. So he responded, well, you do now. So I asked the bus driver to drive to the closest hotel. He walked in with them, and he booked a room for the families, and he pulled out his credit card, and he paid for it. That is what defines Rob Ford. How can you not support this item? Do not support Councillor Morley's, Deputy Mayor Morley's motion, but do support the right thing, and that is to stand up for what is right, to do the right thing. In life, we have to rise above. We have to be mature about this, and Rob Ford should be remembered in this way, and it's a real honor to be able to do that. His dedication, commitment, and love for public service, coupled with his love for football, makes this item a no-brainer to support. And colleagues, I ask you to please make sure you support for what we're about to do now. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Just one moment. Yes, Councillor Ainsley, point of order?
I have a point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
So just moments ago, Councillor Prutza turned to me and said to me, I'm going to call the question, and made an obscene gesture at me. So like, he'd been chirping at me ever since yesterday when I asked him to apologize to you. I've had enough of this. When I said to him, you just make an obscene gesture at me? And he said, yeah, what's it to you? Like, I've really had enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prutza, can you please apologize?
I did tell the councillor that I was going to call the question, but I would never call the question. You know that I would never support calling the question. I've never voted for calling the question. However, if he took offense to my turning towards him with my arms straight out, I apologize for that. Yes. Yeah, that's the apology. Yeah, I did. I turned to you. I stuck out my arm. I apologize for that. Yes.
You know, Councillor Prutza, that's not an apology.
I apologize for sticking out my arm at him. I'm describing what I did, and I'm apologizing for it. What kind of an apology do you want?
You should apologize for being very disrespectful to the council.
Why don't you write down the words and I'll say those words?
Oh,
I'll apologize
you
the
know,
way you
Councillor
want.
Prusa, I don't know what you're on,
Okay.
but you know what? I'm tired of it.
Let me say it again.
Okay. Okay. You, Councillor Ainsley?
Madam Speaker, to clarify for Councillor Prusa and the rest of this chamber, the point of privilege that I stood on, Councillor Prusa turned to me and said, I'm calling the question. Then he made an obscene gesture at me, a gesture that where I grew up in is an obscene gesture. I said to Councillor Prusa, did you just make an obscene gesture at me? He said, yes, I did. He did not just stick his arm out at me. And I am asking for an apology.
Councillor Prusa, so you will apologize. Okay,
I apologize
thank you.
for that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit concerned by some of the innuendo going around in the chamber. A reference was made to Mayor Chow. It said there was no influence, and then there was some innuendo about that. But that aside, you know, when I got elected, I knew I was going to make mistakes. I knew I was going to get some things right, but I never wanted to be a hypocrite about things. And yesterday, the young Dundas debate was a hard one for me. And I think I could have risen on the process and the lack of process. But I didn't want to do that because council constantly circumvents the process. So I didn't want to win an argument based on the process. And I just question that strategy. And I think we do need to be consistent. If we have a process and we want to go through the process, that needs to be applied all the time, not just when we're against something. But apart from that, I was around at council when this question came up, and I actually voted against it. There was no process. We actually had some rules that we were circumventing, but then the same thing applied to Councillor McConnell. And the naming of something in her honor, a very worthy gesture, but I voted against that too, because I wanted to be consistent. In terms of former Mayor Ford, I actually don't like renaming anything after politicians unless they do something extraordinary or are a leader in extraordinary times. We get paid for a job and we do that job, some better than others, but we all are paid for that job. I like to honor people who are working tirelessly in the community without getting paid. And but this is where I bring it back to Mayor Ford. I actually had, 5-6 years to ponder it. And this is about honoring someone. Yes, he was the mayor, 100%, that's part of the discussion. But this is someone, and I'm going to quote Councillor Cole, who gave countless hours and money out of his own pocket to help kids in the community. And I think that's what makes this quite a bit different than just any renaming of an asset around a politician. This is someone who really did care about kids and human beings and did it on his own time, whether he was a councillor or mayor or otherwise, and spent money of his own pocket. And I will be supporting the motion to rename Centennial Stadium based on all of his efforts outside of the political arena to help other people in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
For me, this is a no-brainer. Why is it a no-brainer? I think you stand for public office, you get elected mayor, the chief magistrate for the city, I think you get something named after you. I don't think, and it should be part of the policy. So I asked the question earlier, I don't know, do we have something after Miller and some of the others? I was told that you got to die first. I'm hoping that we change that too. I'm hoping that we're able to do that while people are still alive and be honored in that way. Public service is a hard, hard thing for everyone. We can all be Monday morning quarterbacks. We're all Monday morning quarterbacks. We're all like great judges of character, often not taking the time to get to know anyone, really. But we're great judges of character. This guy, there is no question. For those of us who knew him, had a great many personal challenges. But that doesn't change the fact that an overwhelming number of Torontonians loved him. They loved him. And they elected him their chief magistrate, their mayor. They did. And if he hadn't died, he might still be mayor. I don't want to say anything against Mayor Chow, I get that. But he might still be here as mayor. And we all understand that. We all do. Consultation. Now, why do you need to consult on that? You consulted all Torontonians through a vote. That's what he did. He stood for election, and he said to each and every one across the city, from one end to the other to wherever, all of it, he said, here I am. And the majority of people under our system said, yeah, we want you. If that isn't the broadest, clearest kind of consultation you can have, I don't know what else is. Look, I used to sit next to this guy at committees. For some reason, I was the guy that they sat next to. He'd come in with stacks of emails. Stacks of emails, right? Reply to each and every one. No matter how quirky or quacky, I read a great many of them. I got tired of reading them. He would answer each and every one, meticulously. Sometimes I'd jot down little notes. I say, hey, Rob, say this to them. And he'd say, much like my good friend back here, now says, oh, don't do that. He'd blush because he treated every single person that communicated with him personally. Is that a good thing? I don't know. I went to him one day and I said, hey, Rob, look, C.W. Jeffries, a high school in my area, is going through a really, really tough period. I said, you know what would be nice? They don't have a football program up there. It would be really nice if we could get a football program up there. His suggestion immediately, hey, I know the principal up there, Audley. We used to play football together in the Etobicoke. Let's go talk to him. Maybe we can do something. Right? So we did. And he helped raise, the majority of the money to buy the uniforms, to buy the, 40-plus uniforms for all the students up at C.W. Jeffries. And the next year we had this massive, magnificent football program. You got like 40, 50 kids. The cheerleaders, it was like a group of 40 or 50 cheerleaders. Kids all staying after school, not going to the, local corner, not hanging out in the mall, but at the school playing football, a disciplined activity. I don't know, is that a good thing? I'd say it's a good thing. Centennial, 1967, it was a centennial year. They named a park, an entire park after, in honor of Canada, its centennial. So in the park, there's a stadium. So we renamed the stadium. Big deal, you still got Centennial Park. You still got the name on the park. So the name, I played in Centennial Stadium. I played football there. Being the Rob Ford Stadium, I think would be a fitting tribute to a former mayor of this city.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking on behalf of a former mayor, Rob Ford. I came onto council when he was elected mayor. And the first time I actually met him was when I was a school board trustee. And a high needs school down through secondary school really wanted a football team. And I started asking around to see how we might be able to get all the equipment, because the families, quite frankly, didn't have the money, and neither did the school. And someone sent me to go meet Rob Ford, and I did meet with him. It was quite the meeting that I remember to this day. And he was so excited about helping this school and funding the equipment and helping build a team there. And I asked how it was going a year or two later, and they said it changed the school. It turned it around. It became a community. It became passionate. It became successful. And it was, if you connect the dots of how it all started, Rob's name was there along the way. And I want to address his personal problems, because to watch that as a colleague in city council and across the city was very difficult for many of us. And yet in society, there's many people who have mental illness problems, substance abuse problems, and others. And the last thing society needs to do in order to turn this around is punish people for their problems. That is against city policy. That's against medical advice. It is a destructive response to people who have those kinds of problems. When he passed away, I was asked by the media, well, what do you think his legacy is? And I said, when Rob came to office, people didn't really realize how important municipalities and their city was to them. They didn't realize their day-to-day lives were affected by city services and city policy and city finances. And I said, when Rob came, people started looking at what their cities do. And it was mostly through core service review, where we put hundreds of programs under the microscope. Say what you want about core service review, but it brought attention to what the role of the city does in this country and how it affects their daily lives. And if Rob Ford wasn't mayor, I don't think the people of Toronto would have ever really realized how important that was. Look, there are many historical figures, and we've dealt with a few. It's at the city, whether it's in Europe or of course in the United States or here in Canada, and we give them commemoration for the good things they do, for the contributions they made to society. And it's true, many of them are flawed. They're human, and they have weaknesses, and those weaknesses come out in, kiss and tell biographies and scandal-laden papers and whatever. But that shouldn't take away the core value of the person and the importance of a role that they played. He was generous. He was compassionate. He would stay up till midnight calling people back. He had this clipboard with hundreds of numbers on them, and he would call everybody back. And there's one famous story where he sat with Joe Penichetti, the city manager at the time, and Joe said, "Is there anything I can help with?" And Rob handed them a list of like 50 households. Some of it was like, a pothole or a tree trim or, all these little minutia things that he took very seriously. And a week later, someone asked Joe how the list was going. And he said, it's the last time I'm going to ask Rob if there's anything I can do. But, on a personal level, I remember when my father passed away a couple of years after I got elected for the first time. And it was a graveside funeral, and we were all kind of hanging around, waiting for the ceremony to begin. And the dust kicks up, and a van comes down the road. And guess who comes out? It's Rob. And he canceled his whole schedule. He drove halfway across the city, and he was at graveside when my father passed away. I'll sort of conclude because I'm running out of time. At his funeral, the emotion there and the cheering there was such that he was a rock star. And there's no doubt he changed the way people saw cities. He changed the way this city sees itself, and he left an enduring legacy that I think we should recognize with this naming. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just want to put a bit of historical perspective on this in my remarks. And so, Madam Speaker, since in the past 70 years, the City of Toronto, we've had 12 elected mayors. Of those 12 mayors, 2 were appointed and they weren't elected. A number of them have things named after them, and many of us will recognize them. Alan Lamport, he had a stadium named after him. Leslie Saunders, who was mayor for 1954, he was appointed and elected. He hasn't had anything named after him. Nathan Phillips, our mayor from 1955 to 1962, we all know he has a square named after him. We walk through it almost every day. Don Somerville, mayor in 1963, he has an Olympic-sized swimming pool down in the beaches named after him. Phil Gibbons, a park in North York. William Dennison, mayor from 1967 to 72, he has a community housing apartment complex on Sherbourne named after him. David Crombie has a park named after him and a housing complex down in near Queens Quay. Fred Beavis, he was appointed, not elected, nothing named after him. John Sewell, the next mayor, at this point, nothing's been named after him. I understand from himself and his family, not interested at this point. And at Mayor Chow's swearing in, he said, I'm alive and well, and not interested in having anything named after him at this point. Mayor Art Eggleton has a park named after him. At Mayor Chow's swearing in, I said to him, you had a park named after you, and he goes, yeah, people think I'm dead. He goes, I really wish I had waited until after I passed away that they'd name something after me. June Rowland, same thing. She has a park. Barbara Hall, a park. Mel Lastman has an entire square named after him by the former city of North York, done while he was still alive. Mayor David Miller hasn't had anything named after him. So that's the list of our mayors for the past 70 years. And then since I've been here on City Council, there was some comments brought out about this is a process out of the ordinary. It's something that we need to follow the process. And since I've been here, former Scarborough Councillor Fred Johnson had a park named after him. It's actually in my ward. There was no public process. It was just done. Frank Faubert, the former mayor of Scarborough, had a parkette named after him at McCowan and Ellesmere. Once again, no process. Pam McConnell, I was at the ribbon cutting for her aquatic center. We named an aquatic center after her. Cynthia Lai had a park named after her. When she passed away, we named a waterfront trail after Ron Moser. So there's lots of examples of us not following the process as it's written. I remember sitting beside Howard Moscow when I first got elected. And Howard was talking about maxing out on his salary and his pension and being here for close to 30 years. And I said, why don't you leave? And he said to me, well, if I die in office, they name something after me. And I said, Howard, I said, what happens if they name a filtration plant after you? What are you going to do then? And he said, you know what, Paul? He says, that's the beauty of the naming process that we have in place here. He says, they can go out in my entire ward and ask everybody what I want named after me. And, my residents can reach a conclusion that it's got to be the filtration plant. And they're going to go to my wife or family and say, what do you think? We want to name this after Howard Moscow. And my family are going to say, no, never going to happen. So very much the same process. I understand and appreciate what Councillor Morley's saying, but the Ford family has been quite clear. His late mother was quite clear. Going back in 2017, they wanted Centennial Arena named after him. His children today, they want it named after him. So we could go through a whole community process of naming it, find something we like or what the community thinks they like. I'm sure it's not going to be 100%. And they're going to go back to the family, and the family's going to say, we don't want that named after Ron. Maybe it will be Centennial Arena when we're all said and done. But the family...
I think your iPad is touching the mic.
Sorry, thank you. But you know, the family is going to have their input. And the family today has been quite clear they want Centennial Arena named after it. And so that's the motion that I put forward. I hope and can be supported by everybody. I think we need to recognize somebody that was the mayor of the largest city in Canada, an elected mayor, worked very hard. He had his good and bad aspects to him, but a majority of this people overwhelmingly voted for him for mayor of this city. And I think we need to recognize that, and that's why I put this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, point of privilege.
Yes, I would just like to correct my colleague about the renaming of Cynthia Lai Park. It's a proposal and we haven't done it yet because the naming policy requires us to wait a certain period of time after the person has died before we proceed with that.
All right.
So I'd just like to clarify.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Well, okay. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, on that very thorough speech from the mover, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Question has been called. Recorded vote. No, he said he's okay.
Members, just
Yeah.
stand by while we prepare the motion.
Yeah. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, just stand by. We're just preparing the motion.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to speak, but let's call the question. We think. No, but Councillor Thompson said he doesn't. Councillor Thompson, are you okay?
It's okay, I'm okay. Let's just...
Yes. Mayor, Councillor Thompson said he doesn't want to speak. Yeah.
Speaker, just a point of speaker.
Yes?
No, Speaker, I actually wanted to speak, but I'm actually okay in terms of moving this matter along because I'd like to get through it. It's 3:30 that we have to end.
Right.
If it fails, I'm happy to speak about this because
Okay.
I love Rob Ford.
Thank you, and so do I. No, he doesn't want to.
The motion to end debate carries. The vote is 18-4.
Okay, so we have one motion by Councillor Morley, recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 5-18.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Cheng, your vote, please. The motion carries. The vote is 17-6.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Malik has the motion, wants to introduce. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have an urgent motion to reopen and amend item MM 11.34, opening City Hall regarding the terms of reference for the City School Board's Advisory Committee. It's urgent so the committee may be established and we can make that decision on the other complementary item on the agenda.
Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Carroll, thank you. Motion to add an additional motion with that notice carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Holliday.
Speaker, would it be appropriate for me to propose that we handle MM 1311, which is 826 Joplin Avenue, because it's a T-Lab appeal? If that times out
That's not,
today,
it's not MM 1311. It's
I'm sorry.
MM 1314.
I'm sorry, 1314. My point is, if it times out today, that leaves the solicitor without instructions. And by virtue of timing out is instructions.
Yes, so Councillor Morley held it down. No, she's saying she has questions of staff now.
I'm not proposing a quick release. I'm proposing it be dealt with now.
Oh, I thought it was Councillor Morley that asked the question. Okay, well, we just have to go, there's another item that we have to deal with first.
Reopen the order paper.
Okay, so, our next item is IE 9.3, which is the update and action plan on the single-use and takeaway items. Councillor McKelvey, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
I have a couple questions that I think will make members more comfortable. So the first is, there's been numerous questions about cups, and if you order a coffee, do you have to specify that you would like it in a cup, or will it automatically come in a cup, but if you want a reusable, you say, hey, I got a reusable?
So through the chair to council, the server would ask, would you like a cup? Which would prompt you to say, yes, I would, or no, I have my reusable.
Okay. And then the other question is about, we have a motion recognizing that Councillor Morley Deputy Mayor Morley will be bringing it forward. So recognizing that there is the lawsuit that happened with the federal government, and we're going through that ruling and reporting back, just to pause the fee on the reusable bag, recognizing that right now you could get plastic for free, and that's kind of an unfairness. So are you amenable to that?
Through council, yes.
Okay, and when we do bring in the charge for a bag, what would happen at food banks that give away the bags with the food, or people come in and donate? Would we be expecting that people at food banks would have to buy a reusable bag for $1, or can you still give bags away for free as a giveaway? For example, if we have a councillor day and we give away bags, or so what would the rules be around that?
So through the speaker to council, because they're not for sale and being given for free by the food bank, there would be no minimum charge on that.
Okay. we also have a motion just to have some guidelines. People ask around the definitions of a reusable cup and cleanliness. So will you provide guidelines to retailers on that?
Absolutely. Through the Speaker to Council, there will be quite an extensive education campaign that will take place with all that information being shared to retail outlets.
Okay, and the 3 motions have been advance circulated. You're okay with those?
Through the Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Thank you, yes. Just one question through you. Back to the would you like a cup question. So if I go to McDonald's and I ask for a large coffee, do they just give me the coffee? Or do they say would I like a cup? Well, obviously I need it in a cup, so I'm a little bit confused as to what that process is.
So through the Speaker to the Council, they would be required to ask you if you would like a cup, to prompt you. If you might have brought your cup, then they can take that and fill it up. And if you don't, then they will use one of their cups and provide you with your beverage.
So, okay, yeah. So you're going to ask what happens if the 16-year-old at McDonald's doesn't ask you if you want a cup, which is kind of a weird question, but anyway, when you've ordered a cup of coffee. But apart from that, what happens if they don't ask that question?
So through the Speaker to the councillors, we would be looking at a reporting mechanism where maybe someone in line would hear that and then report that potentially to 311 and through solid waste. And our efforts would be to educate the establishment for quite some time as our first mode of education and promotion of this initiative.
And sorry, I didn't, so now that raises another question. Are you assigned, through the Speaker, are staff being assigned to go around educating managers of McDonald's or Starbucks or anyone else?
So through the Speaker to Council, we will have a public education campaign. We'll also have a mechanism that if we do get reports in that certain establishments are not following the guidelines and the bylaws, that we would go out and make sure that they have all the education materials first and help educate them on a as-needed basis.
So, Madam Speaker, I'll ask my question again. Maybe I wasn't overly clear. Would extra staff be assigned to these extra tasks? Because we're creating a, from what I can tell, we're potentially sending people out there. We constantly hear how we don't have enough staff to do the jobs that we're tasked with. So I'm trying to understand if we would have to hire extra staff, or maybe I can articulate it this way. How many staff are anticipated to be assigned to this in-person education campaign about you must ask someone if they want a cup with their coffee?
So through the Deputy Speaker to the Council, no additional staff are currently contemplated. It's a complaint-based system, and we'll work within our existing resources to ensure that education is delivered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up for questioning, Speaker Nunziata.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one question because, I'm glad that Councillor McKelvey asked that question about the cups, because that was really confusing. But when it comes to the reusable bags, I received a number of emails from some of my food banks that's in my ward, and that they were very concerned because right now, when they have to deliver the meals, they pay the reusable bag 35 cents per bag, and actually that only lasts for a few months, so it's costing them a few $100, approximately $700. If we increase it to $2, that's thousands of dollars that it will have a financial impact on food banks. So that's a real concern. So why are we increasing the charge for a reusable bag?
So through the speaker to the council, the challenge with the reusable bags is that if the price is extremely low, they will be purchased in, quite a quantity that will end up causing more of a problem than the one that we're trying to solve. And we've seen some jurisdictions have that minimum fee in order to stop the prevalence of those bags being used, and again, as an incentive for residents and customers to bring their own bags to the establishment where they're purchasing items.
Yeah, well, I always bring my own bags, but is there any way that we can move a motion, maybe by the chair, is that we exempt nonprofit? You're taking the whole fee away? Oh, so there's a motion there, because I was going to ask if we can exempt food banks and nonprofit because they can't afford to buy thousands of bags at $2 each.
So through the...
Okay, so if I understand you're taking away the fee, I'm fine with that then.
Yeah, so through the Deputy Speaker, we'll be coming back next year with, adjustments to that fee.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bradford? 5 minutes, 3 minutes question.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. So to solid waste, and I just want to follow up on Councillor McKelvey and Councillor Burnside's questions. This request a cup thing, I think is still a little bit confusing. Is it, like if I was to go and get takeout at a food court, they would put it in a box, a container, some sort of often biodegradable container to convey the food to me that I just purchased. Is there a requirement for them to say, do you want the box for your food to go into?
Through the speaker to council, for the box that you would be carrying a bunch of your items in, there's not a requirement for that box.
So why are we proposing that we require the person at the register to ask if you want a cup for your coffee, but we don't require the person to ask if you want a box for the food that is coming in?
So through the speaker to the councillor, when you're referring to box, I assume that you meant, a large box that you would put 5, 6, 7
No, sorry, I mean
orders?
like going to Manchu Walk,
Okay.
getting some Chinese takeout in the food court, and it comes in the box.
Correct.
I'm
So,
not bringing my own box.
right, and so that's something through the chair to the councillor that we're looking at in the next phase of the single-use reduction strategy is for residents to be able to bring their own containers to those takeout restaurants to have those used rather than have, the single-use items that are generally given out at those establishments to residents. So that's part of the work plan, and we'll be reporting back on that in phase 3.
But today we're starting with cups. Is there anything else?
So through the speaker to the councillor, we're looking at cups, we're looking at utensils, and we're looking at paper bags for the most part.
Okay, I have a follow-up question on paper bags. But what about the lid for the cup? Or if I ask for the cup, I also get the lid? Or am I also asking for, I would like a cup and I would like a lid for that cup?
Through the speaker to the councillor, the lid would come with the cup.
Okay, I'm not trying to be a jerk.
No.
I'm having a hard time understanding what we're doing here. So I walk up to Tim Hortons and I have my reusable mug, and I'm sort of self-identifying as having a reusable mug. Maybe I pull it out of my back pocket and it's here, and I say, I'd like a cup of coffee. I hand them the mug. I think they know, put it in the mug. If I don't present a mug, are we suggesting that the retailer needs to ask me if I'm hiding some mug somewhere or I haven't thought about it, or I'm like, I'm gonna run back to the car to get my mug?
So through the chair to the councillor, yes, the intent would be to ask if you had that mug because it may be in your bag and it may prompt you next time to bring your reusable cup.
All right. So then following up on Councillor Burnside's questions, he asked you about additional resources to put in an enforcement regime, which it sounds like we're going to do with some sort of self-reporting app or self-reporting process, and then the training. What I think we do, I think we struggle in the city with enforcement of all these sorts of bylaws that we put on the books and policies. We don't necessarily do a very good job of enforcing them. And I'm hearing from you today that there's not going to be net new enforcement. There's a net new program, but there's not net new enforcement. And we're going to try and educate people on this. So I guess my question is, if we're not putting additional resources to enforce or educate around this new policy, what is the point of having this policy if we're not actually going to have a lot of success in terms of achieving compliance?
So through the speaker to the councillor, the first effort as general, always within solid waste, is education first. And we'll go on a complaint-based system and ensure that we provide education as required through those complaints. Within the first year, we hope to get some more analytical data on the number of complaints that come in order to assess any additional need that we may have within our division or through our partner divisions like MLS. If and when those numbers come in, we'll be able to adjust our budget through the ordinary process and increase our compliance efforts if that is where the evidence is pointing us towards. But what we do not want to do is increase complement at this point in anticipation of having lots of complaints. We will drive our service and any budget requests based on that analytical data that we get through the first year.
Okay, that was your last question.
Yep.
You're way
Thank
over
you.
5 minutes. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you to Mr. Kelleher. I wonder if we just go back through the part there about a drink. So if you could pretend you're at a counter serving, I walk up to you and I say, one double. What do you say?
Through the speaker to the councillor, I'd say, would you like a cup with that?
Scusi, non parli inglese.
What sort of accent is that, Councillor Holiday?
Dammi il mio caffè, por favor.
So he wants his coffee.
Yeah, I get that.
And are you going to pour it on his hand if he doesn't have a cup?
No, I'd say through the chair to the councillor that the default position would be to hand the customer their coffee in a cup.
But the bylaw doesn't say that. I mean, that's what I'm getting at. So what I'm worried about is I just wasted a minute in that little exchange. And I just wonder if there's a more efficient way, and anyone waiting after me to question you has lost a minute as well. But I think you see my point. Like, is there a way to operationalize in this in a way that we can encourage objectives but not cause disruption to busy restaurants and the flow of customers?
So through the chair to the councillor, through the consultation process that we've led, we've had 3 of them. The vast majority of the businesses have said that this would not be a major impact to their operations. So we have done that consultation and we took that into consideration in this. The other piece as well is there's some I won't plug any businesses here, but when you use their apps to order, they do currently ask in the app if you would like a cup or if you were bringing your reusable cup. So there's already some businesses, major national, actually international chains that are ahead of us in terms of programming this already into their service delivery model. So that does exist right now.
What happens if I go to the drive-through window and I order a black coffee and I place my order, I zoom up to the window, and the server's standing there with a black coffee with no lid on it, what happens?
So through the chair to the councillor, if you, again, at the window or prior to the window, at the ordering area, you would be asked if you'd like a cup, and you could say that you have your reusable cup with you. And when you go up to the drive-through, similar to when you go into the storefront, you'd hand your cup over and they would pass it to you, which is not dissimilar to many retail outlets today that use Chinaware.
I have no cup, reusable. A reusable cup.
They would hand you your coffee.
Would the coffee have a lid on it?
It depends if you provided your reusable cup with a lid on it or not, would be my assumption.
What about a single-use coffee, though?
Single-use coffees, from my experience, every tea that I've had has been with a lid on it, except for when I get an in-store tea, and that is generally in Chinaware, and that does not have a lid on it.
Okay, so the retailer can put the lid on if they're serving you a cup. There's no differentiation. Okay. Just very quickly about shopping bags. So stores can continue to give out paper bags for free, right? There's no restriction or change as long as it's not a bag that is not recyclable. I guess there's some problems with some of those. Is that right?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
I think the change, though, is they have to ask you if you'd like a bag.
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay. But on the other side, though, is the proposed change is that they would start to charge escalating fees for anything anything that's reusable, like those sort of thin reusable bags and that sort of thing. And they would start at $1 to $2.
Through the chair, that's correct in terms of the recommendation. However, there are alternate motions currently on the floor from council.
Last question. Do you think citizens at large are happy about paying $1 or $2?
Through the chair to council, that is something that I think is being undertaken through an amendment here on the floor.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, isn't the big challenge here when fast food or other restaurants are serving beverages that the volume that they serve in and charge for is often different from the volume of the bring your own, and that it's a recipe for dispute? Have you kind of looked at the Vancouver problems or how we fix that?
So through the speaker to the councillor, that's something that can be achieved by internal processes within the retail establishment. What we've seen in Vancouver generally was related to a fee on cups, which is what we're not proposing.
That was actually my second question. Not to fee on cups, but can you discount if you bring your own? Do you get 5 cents off or something like that?
So through the speaker to the councillor, that's an operational decision that the businesses can choose if they decide.
Okay, so there's nothing in the bylaw that prevents a restaurant or a retailer from discounting if you bring your own. The clamshells, that's in there too as well, right? The styrofoam clamshells.
So through the chair, those are not part of this bylaw. They were considered, or one of them was considered by the federal government, and that ruling has been overturned. And so we're waiting to get some more information on that process. And then in terms of clamshells, those would be covered under extended producer responsibility, which would not be our cost. They would go into the blue bin moving forward. So again, not within our jurisdiction right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
All right, speakers. I just want to remind members of council it's 2:45, and we have, after this item, we have 2 items that have to be dealt with today. So I don't know what we're going to do. Councillor McKelvey to speak? Okay, just one sec, okay? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions. So the first one is about the cups that I know have become very controversial. So this is just to remove it from the ask first. So the default will be that you get your coffee in a cup as opposed to just dumping on you. And to have them report back on how we can continue to reduce cup use through a requirement to post that they accept reusable cups as opposed to just doing it through the ask first. And we do have reports that are coming back to us because of the federal ban on plastic being struck down. So it will work well with that time frame. And the second one is to just ask for some guidelines from public health about the reusable cup itself that we can provide to businesses. So I think that eloquently solves some of the confusion around the cup issue. I'll also point out again that Councillor Morley has been very active on this file. I thank her for that. She has a motion to pull back the cost of the reusable bag, again recognizing that the federal ban on plastics did not go through. So right now, you could get a plastic bag for free, and we wouldn't want you to pay for a reusable bag, and we do want to emphasize that. So I hope that with these motions, everybody can support moving forward on this item. Again, it is coming back to us in the new year because we have to have a look at what happened with the federal ban on plastics so that we can see what course correction are needed for us. And I'll just say, though, that none of this is controversial. I think when you order takeout, it's quite acceptable to say, would you like cutlery with that? Would you like napkins? Would you like condiments? As opposed to everything being thrown in the bag and everybody goes home and throws it out. So I think that's something a lot of retailers are doing right now. And frankly, it saves them money instead of throwing things in the bag that people don't want to use. So the ask first is a good policy. We need to continue moving forward to think about the transition to reusable bags. It's important that people see a value to those bags and they are reusing them as opposed to just taking them and throwing them into the trash. I recognize, though, that we have to continue to work through some of the things with the plastics, and so I'm hopeful that we'll sort all of that out in the new year. So with that, I just want to thank the city staff for their extensive public consultation that they have done on this issue. They have been out there talking with people, working with retailers, and I think we have before us a nice package that gets us started on this very long road to eliminating single-use items. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I understand about the public consultation having been quite deep with basically not necessarily users, but those who are offering up these products. But I'm just wondering if you think that the public education or the public relations part of the city side, and that we're making a big change, is strong enough yet.
I think we're getting there. I think what's actually interesting is I think that the public are ahead of us. And it's actually us that has to catch up to them. When I go into stores right now, many of them have already eliminated plastic bags. A lot of retailers are also already asking first if you want the condiments, if you want all the cutlery. So I think that we have a long way to go on our public education campaigns as well. There's components in here to do that, including with working with the retailers on the reusable cups. And so I'm confident we'll all get there together.
And just on the reusable cups, because many places have different sizes of cups. So that seems to me that might be confusing, that you'd now have to have a cup that would match the size of drink that you might
So I think retailers have already figured this out. So when I went to Tim Hortons the other day, I brought my reusable cup, and it was interesting because they have a cup that they fill theirs in and then they pour it into yours afterwards.
Okay.
So they're not mixing it in your cup, they're mixing it off and then they're pouring it in after, and so it's solving a lot of those waste problems. I think that retailers are these are smart business people. They will be able to figure this out.
Okay. Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just reading the part of your motion that says to accept reusable cups, but you only made reference to the reusable cups. What about utensils?
So that's the whole point, is that you would ask before you throw in utensils, right? So when you go to a store right now, you purchase takeout, they would say to you, would you like utensils? Would you like condiments? Would you like napkins? Like, what do you want in there? And I think that's important because they don't want to waste it either. It's money out of their pocket. So why don't we ask, what would you like with that?
All right, so that's covered. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. To the clerks, I'm only going to move one motion, which is the first one, which is A. And I'm going to paraphrase it really quickly. It's just that council asked that we clarify that if there's any doubt, if a customer is unclear in a response or doesn't respond, that the shopkeeper or the restaurateur can use their discretion. I think it's necessary to put it in the bylaw. Because I just don't want to have a scenario that I kind of played out in the questions that, you know, there has to be an exchange. Or if there's some doubt or someone doesn't understand or they're visiting or they just don't get it. Just allow the retailer to use their discretion. I wouldn't want the retailer to be doubting themselves, thinking, is this a test? Am I going to get a ticket because I gave something out? And I think we can all imagine circumstances where, you know, two people are arguing at the counter and you're just trying to stand there to get your coffee or your meal. And, you know, I don't think that our bylaw should do that. I will commend my colleagues on council for a number of their amendments. I think these are very helpful. I had some real doubts about the idea of somebody coming up to the counter where they clearly don't have a reusable cup with them, and the utility of requiring the shopkeeper to ask them if they'd like a cup with their drink. I mean, that's sort of silly. And in fact, sometimes you get so absurd with this stuff that it begins to undermine the rules and the effectiveness. And thank you, I don't really need to be berated or embarrassed by someone serving me because I didn't remember to bring my reusable cup with me. So I'm glad that that's been removed. I think there's so many better ways to get people to bring their own stuff, and it doesn't have to be with that. Which leads me to my last point. I'm very appreciative that these mandatory plastic bag fees have been proposed or will be proposed to be removed in the pre-circulated motions. I found this to be one of the most appalling proposals of this entire council. We debate all kinds of things here. This is one that would hurt people across this city immeasurably for years to come. Can you imagine people that may be traveling home on the subway or wherever and have to stop in to pick up groceries, and they got to add an extra $20 to their grocery bill because they didn't have the foresight to think that I need to go here somewhere later on today? You know, we can't just plan our life that well. We all can't just have delivery service everywhere. And, you know, it's bad enough that you have to pay for a reusable bag as it is today, but to amp those prices up as if we are going to punish people, I mean, you might as well put a stick next to the cashier and shake it at someone to warn them next time you better remember your bag. I just think that was way too much. Way too much. I don't ever want to see that come back. It is hard enough to pay the grocery bill and to pay for whatever fee there is on the reusable bags that are out there, than for the city to intervene and make it worse, literally as a punishment for forgetting the bag. So I just hope we drop that whole idea, because if you want to see public confidence drop fast with council, you know, those are the type of proposals that cause harm. And I just don't think very many people in this city would have really appreciated us doing that, because there is so little good that would have come out of that. When you're at the cash, you got no choice sometimes when there's a pile of stuff and you're only just trying to make it through the day. So I thankfully that will go forward. If that amendment doesn't pass, I cannot support this item. And I think that's of vital importance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. I appreciate the amendments from Councillor McKelvie and Councillor Morley. Those are very helpful, and Councillor Holliday as well. I'll be voting for all of those. I just want to say this is a good example of where we almost went too far, and we are constantly piling on regulations and things for MLS to enforce on and our different divisions to go out and educate on. And it comes at the expense of time and money and human resources on other things. And the idea that we are going to go out and enforce on the small business community to see whether or not they're asking if people who self-identified as bringing a cup to the coffee shop to get their Timmies. I mean, that is just nuts. That's not the way we need to do it. Councillor McKelvey has a much better option here. We can post some signs up or something. And I would also say, you know, on Councillor McKelvey's point about the utensils and the condiments and the napkins. You know, as a father of two very young kids, I feel like they're always shortchanging me on the napkins. So I actually want more napkins, but I'm always happy to ask for them because I'm making use of them. That's it from me, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
I'd like to move my motions, Madam Speaker, and with my thanks to the chair of the committee for the great work, and of course our colleagues and Solid Waste Management for their collaboration on trying to find some improvement to this important, timely, and urgent work. So my motions, as was mentioned, have all been advance circulated. They are on the screen before you today. We do need to, as we know, we all introduced our plastic ban petitions through the course of this council meeting, and this is one of the most important matters for us to continue to be proactive on and set an important tone. So I hope to have your support, and we look forward to moving this important work forward. Thank you.
Okay, I guess that's it. So do we want to put the motions on the screen?
A point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
I'd like to vote separately on part 2 of Councillor Morley's motion A.
Okay, part 2 on Councillor Morley's A. Separately. What's that noise? It's on the screen. Okay, we'll do one first. And so, Councillor Holyday, you wanted a recorded vote on 2?
That's correct. I don't think 1 is controversial, so 2
Okay.
I would like to record a vote on.
Okay, so on 1, on favor, carried. On 2, recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, are you able to vote? Councillor Perruzza and Mayor Chow, please.
So we're just voting on part 2?
Yes.
Part 2 of the motion carries. The vote is 19-3.
Okay, next motion. by Councillor McKelvey. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll do item as amended, recorded. Councillor Pruitt is asking for to be. It's just that we have a half hour.
Councillor Sachs, please. And Mayor Chow, please. Motion 1A carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Item is amended. Okay, it's on the screen. Recorded.
Motion 1B carries. The vote is unanimous, 23 in favor.
by Councillor Holiday. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, like, do a recorded vote at the end. But recorded vote, but do it at the end if you don't, like, it's 5 after 3. We have 25 minutes. Oh, you are so rude. You really are rude.
Councillor Canaville, please. I'm going to call some remaining members. Councillor Fletcher, please. How do you vote? We've closed the vote, so I have opposed. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Opposed. Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, sir? In favor. Thank you. Motion 2A carries the vote. Is 21-3.
Okay, one more for Councillor Morley. We haven't even approached it yet, Councillor Perruzza. Don't you want to look at it? Motion by Councillor Morley. Recorded vote. Okay, so it's on the screen, recorded vote. It's on the screen, Councillor Perruzza. Okay, wait till the vote is finished.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Bradford, thank you. Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Pasternak, please. Motion 3B carries. The vote is 21-3.
Councillor Perruzza, your point of order.
Yeah, I would just like some clarity from you on when I should ask for a recorded vote.
Well,
yeah, listen, because I don't want to, you know, I want, like, if you give a little pause from the time you call the motion to the vote, we can take a look at it, and then I can request for it to be recorded. That would be good. That way, you know, we wouldn't have that situation either before or after.
But
right?
Councillor Perruzza, that's what I just said. You said recorded vote even before the motion was on the screen.
Because
So
when I do it after, you know.
Okay. What's the next? Item is amended. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Morley, please, your vote. The item is amended, carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, CC 1310, which is 250 Wincott Drive. We need to deal with that now because the city solicitor needs instructions. So would you like to release that?
I can, if I may have, I don't know, 20 or 30 seconds for a brief remark, I'm fine.
Okay, so if you can, because the city solicitor needs instructions today. Okay, so go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So, Speaker,
Councillor, please.
I will I have some amendments that I'll move. They've been pre-circulated. Again, they're like the last ones. They're not terribly controversial.
Okay.
All I would say to council is on, and they have to do with parking. They're public motions. And the request that city staff work with the applicant to try to get some sidewalks installed both on the public realm and in private space. Members, what I'd like to flag with you is that this is 250 Wincott. This is a file that was before council in the last few years, and there is another application on it. So we've made decisions about approving a number of buildings. Here you have an example of where one of those buildings was brought to the Committee of Adjustment for some changes by the developer. And what you should know is that there's a reapplication to reconsider a number of the other buildings on the site. And the public, with respect to this, is extremely upset. And at the public meeting, the consultation meeting, people were so irate that they actually had to shut the meeting down. So please take a look at this report. It's part of a larger context that we will likely be talking more about at council. This particular report is more technical in nature. It's the outcome of a Committee of Adjustment decision. So I'll leave it in your hands to vote your conscience on it, but I hope you support my amendments because they are important. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Before we do that, Councillor Perruzza, you have a point of order.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm just, are we deviating from the order paper now? Wouldn't we need a vote on the change to the order paper?
Well, we want to get the items that the city solicitor needs to be approved, and if we run out of time, we have to defer everything to the next council meeting.
So does that become a ruling on your part that you just
yes,
simply
that's
change them that way?
That's my ruling.
Okay, I'd like to challenge that ruling, please.
Go ahead, challenge. We need to get the legal that needs to be done today, and everything else could be deferred. Okay, there is a challenge of the chair, and Councillor Matlow, thank you for trying. Yeah.
Councillor Matlow, your vote, please, and thank you. Councillor Candeval, please. The chair is upheld. The vote is 20-1.
Okay, so if we can put Councillor Holliday's motion on the screen and vote for that. Recorded vote, yes.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Oh, Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is adopted, or the motion is adopted. The vote is 17-4.
Okay. Item is amended? Item is amended. Recorded vote. Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik, after this, do you want to get up and do your item? It's next on the agenda.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Sachs, please don't leave the floor after you voted. The item is adopted as amended, 20-1.
Are we done with this vote? Oh, okay. Okay, so, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Malik, do you want to do yours? Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So the motion that was added to the agenda is to just address the composition of the City School Board's committee. It's quite straightforward. It's to address the effectiveness of the committee, ensuring that there are 2 councillors on it, and that each of our school boards, English and French, have a member on the committee in order for this work to begin as quickly as possible in the new year. And with us approving this, this change in composition, we will be able to approve the recommended members from City Council to this board so that it, to this committee so that it can begin its work.
Okay, thank you. So on the motion, on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please, when you're seated. Councillor Carroll, please. Councillors. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Thank you. The item is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, MM 13. Oh, on the striking item, on favor? Oh, Councillor Perruzza. Recorded vote. Pardon? Okay, the amendment on the screen appointing the 2 councillors. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Bradford, thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
So our next item, Councillor Fletcher, are you ready to for MM 13.8 or which one? We did that one.
2.23. Did we?
Which one?
Speaker, on a point of order.
Hold on, I thought that, oh, Counselor, I thought I had it crossed off. Counselor Bradford? Counselor Bradford?
Councillor Holiday took over the.
Yes?
Oh, okay. So Counselor Holiday, Counselor Bradford held down PH 8.23, supporting purpose-built rental homes. You held it down. Can you release it?
So I have questions on that.
Oh, okay, so then we can't deal with it today. We have to,
Point of order, Speaker.
we have to recess at 3:30. Huh? Okay, Councillor Holiday, can you be quick, please, because we only have 10 minutes.
So Speaker, MM 1314 is a TLAB appeal. I can't think of anything that's more urgent.
Okay, but
Unless the solicitor is telling me it can wait, I would think that that's probably the most urgent on the council agenda.
so you don't want to deal with this one?
I'm only making a suggestion to you that MM 1314 is a TLAB appeal that the solicitor doesn't have instructions for. And I brought this up already. If this isn't dealt with today, then I think that's potentially a problem. You can ask the solicitor.
Okay, we're on this item, Councillor Holiday.
Which item?
PH 8.23. So either you want to release it and we can go to your item, or do you have questions?
Questions of staff.
Okay, go ahead.
Is this an employment conversion?
Through the Speaker, this is a request for a minister's zoning order, which would, through the Speaker, this is a request for a minister's zoning order, which would bypass the official plan employment conversion protocols and policies.
Was an employment conversion request filed in the last municipal comprehensive review on this site?
Through the Chair, there was no conversion request filed during the last MCR.
Was there one filed for nearby this site that I could read and get an idea of about?
Through the Chair, yes, at 2200 Islington Avenue, there was a conversion request filed.
And what was the disposition of that?
Staff recommended to retain those lands as employment, and Council confirmed that recommendation.
Okay. More generally, where can I find more information about this application? Because there's only like a one-page letter that very, very vaguely describes what it is.
Through the Chair, there is no application. There was a pre-application consultation meeting with planning staff. But other than that, there is no additional information that staff can provide you.
Okay. Is the committee chair available, Madam Speaker?
Pardon?
Is the committee chair available for questions?
Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To Councillor Perks, I wonder, Councillor Perks, because I wasn't at the meeting and it's very, very hard to tell from the minutes, was this matter discussed or debated or asked questions of staff on?
To my recollection, no.
Was this item added to the agenda in the meeting or added to the agenda prior to the meeting, to the best of your recollection?
To the best of my recollection, it was added to the agenda the day before the meeting.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is there any other information about this that I could see or read other than what's before us?
No, you have the entirety of the record in front of you.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So would you like to release it? Councillor
Yes,
Holiday?
Speaker, I'll release it with a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, release it with a recorded vote. Councillor Fletcher, you have a question? Okay.
what's the address of that request?
Through the speaker, 2200 Islington Avenue.
And that was turned down when?
I believe at the,
Oh,
I
thank
think
you,
it was
sorry.
July council. I can find the date for you.
At the July council. And are there any concerns that this would have an impact on the 2200 Islington?
Not on that specific address, no,
Pardon me,
Councillor.
not on that specific address? Okay,
No.
thank you.
Okay, on the item recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 17-4.
Okay, MM 13.14, Joplin Avenue. Councillor Holliday, you had questions. Councillor Holliday?
Sorry, Speaker, I'll just speak to the item.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, Speaker, I will speak last on this item.
Okay. Councillor, well, actually, Councillor Morley held the item down, so she can speak first. Councillor Morley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to colleagues at this late hour in our meeting, I just wanted to stand and speak in opposition to Councillor Holliday's motion. I also just want to note that this is actually an application in my ward. It is directly within a PMTSA in our community near a GO station, Kipling Station, and other development coming, including the $600+ million we're investing in a new ECC and community center for the area. We did support this at Community Council. There have been some amendments from Councillor Holliday related to protecting the neighborhood to the north and related parking concerns. But at this time, we do not feel like holding up this application in a TLAB appeal is a good use of staff time. So I will leave it at that, and I look to my colleagues for support. Thank you. Oh, well, there's a motion, but he wants to speak to it. Or sorry, I'm voting in opposition and we'll call for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Good for you. To his motion.
Vote against it.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be as brief as I can. Madam Speaker, I'll ask that members of council vote for this motion. Members, you know that I very, very rarely bring forward a TLAB appeal, and when I do, it is with reason. So I'm going to read very quickly from the report because I'll cut to the chase on this. Before I do that, I'll let you know that while this is in Councillor Morley's ward, technically, it's only by a few hundred meters, and the Ward 2 is to the north, and Ward 2 absorbs the shadow and has to deal with the impact because that is the residential neighborhood to the north. So Ward 2 has a significant stake in this,
Okay,
and
Councillor.
arguably one of the largest. So,
Okay.
Speaker, if I may continue.
No,
prior to the 2022 zoning bylaw
Councillor
amendment
Holliday,
application.
we're running out of time. I'm trying to
And
rush you.
I have to say what I have to say, I understand. So prior to the 22 zoning bylaw amendment application, the site was zoned for a mid-rise. I'll skip forward. Staff accepted a change in the mid-rise and they allowed a higher building. And I'm going to read from the report. The approved heights with the northern tower at 27 stories and the southern tower at 33 stories was supported by staff as the towers would fit into two angular planes, a 45-degree angular plane from the Hydro Corridor and a 45-degree angular plane from Bloor Street West. These two angular planes ensure previously approved proposal provides adequate transition between the new development and the lower scale neighborhood and residential properties to the west and the pedestrian scale height Main Street buildings along Bloor Street in accordance with the official plan policies and design guidelines. The proposed variances 3, 4, and 5 to increase the proposed tower heights would penetrate the angular plane and cast additional shadows on the north side of Bloor Street West. Given that the site previously only had permissions for a mid-rise building from which the maximum height of 24 meters, the current proposed tower heights of 29 and 38 stories would not have been supported through the zoning bylaw amendment process. Members, what we did is we approved towers on this site, which was already a stretch a year ago. Lo and behold, what do we have? We have an application back through the Committee of Adjustment to add even more height to it. And it's clear from this report that staff would not have supported this additional height. So it's about the height, it's also about the process. So if you want to vote to allow this through and condone this kind of behavior from developers, then the egg is on council's face. Because I don't know why we bother to approve anything if it's just going to be allowed to be brought back through the Committee of Adjustment and height added to it when it is clearly offside with all of the work that was done. And as far as Councillor Morley's lead-in comments, I'm going to go back and look at the tape, but she inferred that she had worked on something and come to a resolution on this. I can tell you it wasn't with a discussion with this councillor and anyone within Ward 2 who would have been impacted by it to the best of my knowledge. So that's why I'm here doing my job as a councillor to represent the constituents of Ward 2 and their interests as enshrined in the staff report.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's just put the motion, let's just put his motion on the screen. Well, we don't have time for points of order. We're running out of time. Yeah.
You allowed folks in here to be very disrespectful. They may disagree. My good friends here may disagree with the opinion of Councillor Holyday, but you allowed them to heckle, laugh, berate, yell out, comment, be snidey, all of those things. And not once did you bring one of those members to order. Not once did you ask them to be respectful of Councillor Holyday and his right to his opinion.
Thank you. Okay, can we put Councillor Holyday's motion on the screen? Yes, recorded vote. So, members of council, if I can have your attention after this vote is taken.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. The item does not carry. The vote is 3-17.
Okay, and what is, okay, can I just ask for a motion, Councillor Thompson, that we can finish this item and one quick release, and the other items will be deferred to the next council meeting? Yeah, just a motion to extend 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, your mic, go ahead.
I'd like to move a motion that we extend the meeting by 5 to 10 minutes to complete the item that's in question and pass the bylaws.
Yes, okay. All right, so the next motion? Huh? Okay, recorded vote on his motion to extend. We're just to finish this is on his motion to extend for 5 minutes so we can finish the bills. That's all we're voting on.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, you'll have to wait while we prepare that motion.
What's going on with everybody? My God. This is one of the worst.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Ainsley, thank you. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote on the motion to extend the meeting? The motion to extend the meeting carries. The vote is 20-1.
So, what is the next? It's on the, what are we voting, is it on the members' motion now? Councillor Morley, please. Yes, I know. We're going to get to it. So, members, hello. On item MM 13.24 that I held down, I'd like to release. Recorded vote. Yeah, but this is one item that it's in Councillor Morley's, and the city solicitor said it has to go pass. Recorded vote. I'm just releasing the member's motion. Recorded vote. There it is there. Recorded vote. Okay.
Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Thank you. The item is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, members of council, I need a motion by Councillor Thompson. You can put it on the screen on two items that we're deferring to the next council meeting. Okay, Councillor Thompson, you can read it?
Yes, if I might, please.
Oh, sure.
I don't have to read it? Oh, the clerk has just indicated.
Oh, you don't have to read it?
I'd
Okay,
love to.
so-
Just in the interest of time, I'd move the following motion that's on the screen.
Okay, so the
Motion 8.
two items are being deferred to February. Recorded vote. Councillor Proulx has asked for recorded vote. Councillor Matlow, can you please take your seat when we're voting?
Councillor Candoval, how do you vote, please? Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote? Thank you. Motion. Councillor Ainsley, how do you vote? We've closed the vote, sir. The motion to defer the remaining items carries 18 to 1.
Okay, members, we're not finished yet. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Perks, do you want to move that? There you go.
Speaker, I move the committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on a zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
On favor? Councillor Proulx is asking for recorded vote.
Members, if you're still connected to CMP, would you please indicate your vote? And I will then call other members to vote after that.
Councillor Thompson, we're voting. Councillor Proulx is asking for recorded vote on all the bills.
All right, Speaker. Indulge him. Speaker, it takes precedence. We have a sundown.
But I don't understand why he's... Councillor Chang, Councillor Malak, Councillor Myers, please take your seat. We're in the middle of a
You're not allowed
vote.
to have any fun if we're not having fun.
Councillor Chang, are you able to vote?
But even if you voted, you still have to remain in your seat because we haven't finished.
Councillor Cole, are you able to vote using the system, please? Okay, I'm going to now call the members who have not been able to vote using the system. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Candoval, please. Councillor Carroll, please. The motion is adopted unanimously by 20 votes.
May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Perks. Do you want to move it?
Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce bills 1152 to 1179, 1181 to 1184, 1187, 1189 to 1214, and 1216 to 1264.
Okay. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
There's still...
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Okay, I will now turn to calling members who have turned off their computers already. Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Candoval, please. Yes. Councillor Carroll, please.
Affirmative.
The motion carries 19 to 1.
Councillor Sachs, please. Can you remain in your seat? I know this is very difficult, but we have to finish. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks? Councillor Canoville, how do you vote, please? Councillor Myers? Councillor Myers? Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Carroll, please.
With apologies, affirmative.
The motion carries 19 to 1.
May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Carroll, do you want to read that one out?
With my heartfelt thanks to Center Table, that leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 13 on December 13th, 14th, and 15th of 2023. Long may it rest.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Councillor Carroll?
Yes.
Councillor Canoville, please. The motion.
Oh, okay, yes.
The motion carries 19 to 1.
Okay, one more. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Chang. Councillor Canoville. Councillor Crescenti. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Ainsley, please. The motion carries 19 to 1.
Now, I want to thank the staff here today. I apologize that you had to go through this today, but thank you very much. All the staff, thank you to all members of council. Meeting is adjourned. Do we need a recorded vote to adjourn?